and it doesn't do it over here. What is going on, everyone? Welcome to Big Tony Speaks. I am Big Tony, your host. I am trying an experiment right now, and I don't know if it's working. What I'm doing is I figured out a way to stream to Rumble and YouTube. If you recall, I have had extreme difficulty. Um, it's never I've never been able to connect the two. But right now, uh, I'm seeing um, I'm seeing YouTube over here, Rumble over here. I've got stuff to share with y'all in the middle, and but I don't know if I'm okay. Okay, I just got confirmation that I am streaming to both platforms. Awesome! Yay! Everybody cheer. Do me a favor, y'all, on both platforms. Hit that thumbs up, that like button, and show me some love. And if you're not already following or subscribing to the channel, please do so now and be sure to hit that notification bell so you know when I come on. For those of you, I have just returned to YouTube just now. This is my return to YouTube, only live streaming. There will be no, well, I don't know. I might post some little goof off videos here and there to YouTube, but my main content is just going to be live streaming. I'm going to be live streaming from Rumble to YouTube. And I hope I can pick up some followers, grow my presence on the internet. Big Tony needs to be a voice to be reckoned with. It needs to be a contender, as they say. I know you can't watch both at the same time, Marilyn. Pick one and watch from there. Uh, I just needed you to tell me if everything was coming through over there on YouTube because it's experimental. I mean, I didn't go about the usual way of multi-streaming from Rumble. I had to go a different route because for some reason, going the normal way, they won't connect. I don't know why. Um, Nobody else can tell me why either. Even YouTube support or Rumble support can tell me why. But I figured out a way to get it going. Some of the things that you guys see on Rumble, I have yet to figure out how to get it to translate through to YouTube, but it's working actually. It's I'm being seen on both platforms. So freaking awesome. But we need to get into this show. Now, to y'all on YouTube, and this goes to the YouTube powers that be, I will not be regulated on my speech. Now, I will tone it down a little bit for YouTube, but I am not going to speak in code. I'm going to say what I mean and mean what I say. You know, if if you guys over there at YouTube want to demonetize me or whatever because of the way I speak, um, whatever. I I am not going to be told that I can or can't say something. I'm not going to be told that I have to speak in code in order to speak to my audience, and that's just how it is. Now, like I said, I will tone it down because I know the YouTube audience is a little bit softer than those of us over here on Rumble because we are used to people speaking over here, speaking our minds and voicing our opinions in real terms. You know, um, over there they're used to a lot more PC, that kind of thing over there. Um, but they need to come over here to Rumble. The whole my main goal with multi-streaming to YouTube, y'all, and I want y'all on both platforms to know my main goal is to bring people from YouTube to Rumble, because Rumble's just better. Um, anyway, let's go ahead and get into um this show. Um, something I have a lot of other stuff I want to talk to y'all about, but I know I'm not going to have time because tonight is Tuesday. You all, those my Rumble viewers know that on Tuesdays I am generally on the Killer Carl podcast with him, and although as of yet I haven't gotten a link to go on the Killer Carl podcast, which by the way he is now, I think it's awesome. He is now on Spotify. That is awesome. But I've yet to get the link. But usually during my show, I get the link, and what I do is I tell all my viewers to come and watch Killer Carl podcast. He is not on YouTube, regrettably, but y'all can come over to Rumble, make you a quick account if you don't already have one, and follow the Killer Carl podcast. Follow Big Tony Speaks, that's me, and follow Empty Pockets podcast on he also has a presence on YouTube. It's Empty Pockets Garage. So yeah, follow those. They're kind of my little group that we have. We kind of work with each other and etc. And I'm always free. I'm always open to collaborations with other creators. So feel free to go into my description and get my email and email me, and we can set up a collaboration if we are like minds. So anyway, let me share this. I'm just going to put it on here because it's an announcement, and I'm not going to read the article, and then I'm going to go on to the next thing, which is actually what has got me up in a dander, or you know, got my boxers twisted, or whatever you want to say. Um, all my Rumble people. Let me see. How do I? There we go. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah. This is fun. Um, legendary cartoonist and MAGA thought leader Scott Adams passes away at 68 after a cancer battle. And a lot of people on X and etc. are paying tribute to him. And, I was a fan of his, etc. And, but there is one thing that kind of upset me about the letter that he left behind, that he had his ex-wife go onto his podcast and read, which by the way, I do also have that 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 letter, and I can add a link in the description or in the chat to that letter so that you can read it yourself. But there's one passage in the letter kind of upset me. Okay. Everybody, everybody is paying their respects to him, and I would like to officially do that here now myself. Rest in peace, Scott Adams. I was a fan of Dilbert, um, as many people were, but but this this upsets me. Um, yes, there was a passage that read exactly this quote: "I accept Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior." Scott Adams' ex-wife tearfully reads a legendary cartoonist's final message. Yes, there was a passage in there that said that, and everybody on X, all over the place, is oh, thank heavens, thank the Lord, he accepted Christ. No, he didn't. First off, Scott Adams was he was agnostic, and he didn't believe in God. Um, and even said so in his letter. I'm scrolling down to the section that is pertinent. See right here, you know, he identified as agnostic. He wasn't an atheist, but he was skeptical of religion, and he said, "quote I'm not a believer, but I also have respect for any Christian who goes out of their way to try to convert me. Because how would I believe that you believe your own religion if you're not trying to convert me?" He said that just last week. Okay. Now, let's see. Is this? Yeah. I'm trying to find the quote. Okay, I think it was actually in the other article. Um, see, you can see here everybody on X, Jack Posobiec, and everybody here, Andrew Colvett, Ben Q, Breaking 911, Cat Turd, everybody celebrating, that he accepted Christ and all this. But here, I'll just pull this up. Right here, this is the letter, and right here is the pertinent. It's not going to let me highlight it, but I will read it, and you can see where my cursor is on the screen. Um, Next, many of my Christian friends have asked me to find Jesus before I go. I'm not a believer, but I have to admit the risk reward calculation for doing so looks attractive. So here I go. I accept Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior, and I look forward to spending an eternity with Him. The part about me not being a believer should be quickly resolved if I wake up in heaven. I won't need any more convincing than that, and I hope I am still qualified for entry. See, he did not accept Jesus because he was saying the words, and just saying the words does not qualify you for entry into heaven. You have to believe it. You have to be a believer. You have to believe it. You know, it's not something that, you just say the words and you magically pop up at the pearly gates, and then now you believe after you've already, gone into the afterlife. Now you believe because you're at the pearly gates, you know, so to speak. And that is what he said in this letter. I'll be convinced when I show up in heaven. Well, that's not how it works. If you didn't accept the Lord Jesus Christ as your personal Savior, well, then you're going to hell. You're not going to show up in heaven. So I guess you will spend an eternity in hell not believing. Now, as I said, you know, I was a fan of Scott Adams. You don't have to be a Christian to have, Christian fans and etc. I was a fan of his. I was a fan of Dilbert. Um, he wrote a lot of great books, etc. And but I know I'm probably pissing every single one of my viewers off. Um, but I'm sorry. The Bible doesn't say, that you get to just say some words, some magic words, and you'll appear in heaven, and then you can decide whether you believe or not. The Bible doesn't say that. The Bible says that you have to accept Christ into your heart and you have to believe it. If you believe in your heart and confess with your mouth, you'll be saved. First is belief in the heart. You can't a believer, but I'm going to hedge my bets and hopefully, I'll be convinced when I get there. No, that's not how it works. I'm sorry, but and like I said, I have much respect for Scott Adams, but in this one thing, he is wrong, and it needs to be called out because other people will have the same idea that They can just wait until their deathbed and just say some words, not even believing those words, and they think they're going to go to heaven, and they'll have a horrific shock when they end up in hell. Now I am, my viewers know that I am not, I don't come on here to preach, but also my viewers know that I am a Christian. And even though, as I said, I'm a fan of Scott Adams, this is a slap in my face. This is an insult, to me and my entire belief system and the Bible. And, you know, I shouldn't be the only one upset about this. I shouldn't be the only one, pushing back on this. Now, there's nothing that anybody can do about what the man said on his deathbed. You know, it can't be changed. But, I am merely bringing it up specifically so that that the air is cleared, that people will understand that they'll understand that you have to actually believe. You have to actually believe. You can't just hedge your bet by saying some words. That's not how it works. These are not magic words. The magic happens inside you. The magic happens in your heart and in your soul. The words really have nothing to do with it. They're just like kind of a focus type thing. They're just um it clarifies what it is you're choosing. You're choosing Jesus Christ. You're choosing for him to come in and cleanse you of all your sins. You know, you're choosing, a righteous life following the Bible. You know, the Bible is our guidebook. So, if I've upset y'all, I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. Um, this needs to be spoken. It needs to be out there in the ether. The people need to hear this. You know, so I've said my piece as far as Scott Adams goes, and I pray for his soul, even though I know where he ended up, because he didn't believe. He didn't even believe at the end. And he made a mockery of it, in my opinion. I know that probably wasn't his intent. Yes, yes. Trump is doing that because first off, let me do this. All right, first off, Marilyn just said that she was reading that Trump is cutting off funding to sanctuary cities, especially in Minnesota. First off, understand this: the very existence of a sanctuary city is a violation of federal law. And if y'all see my eyes bouncing back and forth, I'm checking both of my monitors at YouTube and Rumble. Um, this multi-streaming thing is new to me, and so you'll understand, hopefully. Um, but the very existence of a sanctuary city or a sanctuary state for that matter, is against federal law. It is illegal to provide aid and comfort to an illegal alien. That's illegal. Okay. And if the United States government has not granted asylum to someone, then the individual states can't grant asylum to that person. So there are certain things that were agreed upon, when all of the republics, all the various different states became states in the United States republic, when they joined the union, of the republic. There's certain things that you agree upon, and one of those things is federal law supersedes state, city, county, local laws. And federal law is clear that you cannot aid and abet an illegal alien. You can't provide comfort, can't give them food, you can't give them money. They don't qualify for any welfare, food stamps, none of that. But yet these sanctuary cities, violating federal law, have found loopholes with which to be able to do exactly that. They provide aid, they give money, they give food stamps, they give housing, they give them a whole life on a silver platter. And I, as a disabled American citizen, can't get all that. I fought for years to get what I have now. A tiny little disability check and some crappy Medicaid. I fought for years just to get what I have now. They get the best of everything handed to them on a silver platter. Hell, soon as they come out, come on, come back. There we go. I'm gonna have to do something about that. I think I know what caused it though. I banged my desk, and the plug for my camera is really loose in the USB, so I'm gonna have to, fix that, tighten it up. But anyway, they get the best of everything on a silver platter, and they shouldn't be. So, how do you stop it? Because these people are intent. They're trying to fight ICE. They're trying to fight the federal government, fight Donald Trump at every step of the way to protect these criminals, and they are criminals. I mean, it's a crime to come across the border illegally. See, right there in the wording there, illegal. They are illegal aliens. They are not migrants. They're not immigrants. They're not any of those things. They're not citizens. They are illegal aliens, and they need to go. Hopefully, my live stream content, finds its way to the conservative side of YouTube. Oh, but anyway, I don't have any followers over there. I have 9 followers on YouTube now. I took down all the videos off of my channel. I keep my channel open over there, but I took down all the videos off there. Now I'm live streaming to that channel. So I'm gonna have to build my following back up over on YouTube. hopefully it will organically do so. But my goal is to multi-stream to uh, a whole lot more than just Rumble and YouTube. I want to get X going and other platforms as well. So, yeah, the very existence of a sanctuary city is against federal law. So, the only way that you can fight, and stop the sanctuary cities is take away their money. As long as they are getting money for the federal government, they're going to use that money to take care and protect these illegal aliens. So, take away their money, especially especially Minnesota and the other states that we have found fraud in. And I am willing to bet that this fraud, these same exact scams, are going to be found in just about every state in the union, because every state there. I don't think there's a single state that doesn't have like a little enclave of Democrats. Even the most red states of red states have these little enclaves within them of Democrats. You know, so I'd be willing to bet that in all of these Democrat cities, these same scams are being done, and I'd be willing to bet that every single one of them involves these illegal aliens as scapegoats. At least the way the elites that are running these scams, I guarantee you they're ran by politicians and other elites, wealthy oligarchs, and etc. Um, and the Somalis and the Haitians and the Pakistanis and the Afghanis and all of them, the ones running it look at them as fall guys, because they're all guilty as sin. The 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 so-called immigrants are guilty as sin, but then so are the politicians and the elite. So I mean, it's just to me really, I've thought many times that the federal government should take all these sanctuary cities and just wall them off. They're no longer part of the United States. They are their own little bitty country inside the United States, but they are walled off, and we'll put some military around it to make sure that they don't cross into the United States illegally. you know, um, Maybe even set some minefields around that way. You don't always have to watch. They'll just step on the mines and go boom. But I mean, and we can use those as prisons as well. Um, we just have a one way portal. Nobody can come out, but we'll just shove all our criminals in there because, well, everybody on the inside is criminals anyway. If they condone the criminals doing criminal things, which they obviously do. You see the protests, you see the riots, you see you see all of the calls for violence. They are literally calling for civil war. We're going to get to that here in a little bit as well. So you 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 see all this, on X, you see it on here on YouTube, on Rumble. You see it on TikTok. You see it. You see it everywhere. Instagram, Threads. Oh, I I do have an account over there, but it's inactive. But I'm kind of scared to go over there and look and see what's going on Blue Sky. Hey, I got to spy on them. You know what I mean? But you see it on every platform. They're directly calling for violence. They're calling for rioters, protesters, whatever you want to call them, to bring guns to the protests and shoot ICE. Shoot. They're calling for the lynching of Kristi Noem. I mean, for real. And we're the violent ones. Conservatives are the violent ones. Really? Really? We're the violent ones? Oh my lord. Anyway, let's move on with this show. Let's get off of that for the moment. But we are going to get back on the whole protest sanctuary cities. In fact, I believe, yeah, the next article is that I'm going to be sharing with you all. Let's see. I got to get this going too. Okay. There we go. Okay, maybe not. Why is it not? There we go. Oh crap. I'm sharing YouTube. Oh, let me see here. Okay, I have got to figure out what's going on here. This is crazy. There we go. All right. Now all my screens match. Oh, I got to get used to this, y'all. Bear with me. Bear with me. Um, oh Lord, have mercy. But as you see, here's the title here: Antifa TikTok agitator urges armed leftist militias to fight ICE agents. Mm. Radical TikTok agitator Dinesh Noshirvan, I'm sure I slaughtered that name, but has crossed a dangerous line. The Antifa aligned mega influencer is now openly calling for organized, armed left wing militias to confront ICE agents and federal law enforcement in America's largest cities, framing ICE as, quote, Trump's racist army. Now, Shervin urges followers to physically block agents and force them out of communities. The rhetoric is not abstract, it's operational, it's coordinated. And it comes from a figure already tied to dark money networks, digital harassment mobs, perjury, and federal sanctions. This is not protest, it is incitement. packaged as, quote, accountability, powered by bots and aimed at igniting street level conflicts. Radical internet activist Dinesh Nushervan is no longer flirting with violent rhetoric. The Antifa aligned mega influencer is now openly calling for organized armed left wing militias to confront U.S. immigration and customs enforcement and federal law enforcement in America's largest cities. That was just a repeat of what I literally just read. These people need to, because I literally just read that same exact thing right up here. These people need to proofread their articles. All right. Behind the bombast lies a trail of extremist conduct. There's Patriot. What's going on with you, Patriot? Dark money ties and legal troubles that expose the truth about his, quote, accountability crusade. Left-wing militias to confront ICE. Nushervan's shocking call to arms. Dinesh Nushervan is openly urging organized armed resistance against federal agents. In a recent video rant, the TikTok firebrand told followers, quote, every major city must start forming, quote, left-wing militias to, quote, protect your communities. And here is a video here.
We need to find solutions here. Every major city in the U.S., Los Angeles, Portland, Chicago, New York, you need to start setting up left-wing militias to protect your communities. I'm not kidding. This needs to be coordinated. And you guys should all be in touch too across cities. We need organized left-wing militias. There are too many right-wing extremist militias putting us all in danger. We need to defend ourselves. We need to have a group of people that stand there, a well-regulated militia that stands there when ICE shows up, because nobody is holding them accountable. The people need to hold them accountable for when they go too far, for when they're not welcome. In fact, let me be honest with you, they're never welcome. They're never welcome. When ICE shows up in your community, a militia should show up right in front of them and tell them to leave. It is your right as an American.
Shortly after murdering Renee Good, ICE agents went to a local high school that was on lockdown and assaulted the students when they came out of class. This wouldn't have happened if a militia would have kicked them out of town.
Defend yourselves against Trump's personal pedo racist army. Fight back against ICE. Just because they're federal agents does not mean they get to violate you. They killed all that was good. Let's show them what's left.
Really? He insisted a well-regulated militia should meet ICE agents whenever they appear to, quote, tell them to leave. Nushervan even alleged that ICE agents, quote, murdered a civilian and later, quote, assaulted high schoolers, claiming, quote, this wouldn't have happened if a militia would have kicked them out of town. I want to see that happen. I really do. I want to see one of these soy-infused left-wing militias that go buy some guns and think that they're, Rambo, step up to a federal agent or group of federal agents, or step up to the military and tell them they have to leave. I kind of agree with you there, Patriot. I kind of want to see these so-called left-wing militias, these soy-infused fairies. I kind of want to see them step up, with their guns that they went and bought, off of guns.com or whatever, and they think they're Rambo all of a sudden, or they think they're freaking John Wick, or whoever they idolize in you know, in that kind of way. You know, maybe they think they're Neo from the Matrix. You know, they're gonna dodge the bullets. Woo! I mean, really, really. I mean, and and if you're going to actually step up with your little left wing militias, what happens when a bunch of PTSD infused, you know, combat veteran, hardened warriors and hunters that are cracked shots step up to stop you? I mean, you don't want this smoke. I'm speaking to the leftists at this point, not that they're watching my show, but, it could get out. I am multi-streaming to YouTube currently right now as well. So, um, they don't want that smoke. They really don't. I mean, it would be stupid to actually show up with guns and try to tell federal agents that they have to leave. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, do they really think that just showing up with guns, is going to do anything? I mean, and then if they decide that they're going to use said guns, well, now they got a whole different set of circumstances going on. They are now, you know, literally, literally taking their lives in their hands. You point that weapon at a federal agent or a member of the military or a law enforcement officer. Well, you just took your life in your hands and you're about to lose it. And if there's a group of you, they're just going to take every single one of you as a threat and eliminate the threat. I mean, you know, all of the armed citizens. I mean, an armed citizen may not wait until you point that gun at an ICE agent. You just show up with guns, they might just start shooting. And all they've got to do is say that I was acting in defense of the officer. His solution: mobilize citizens to stand off with federal law enforcement. In Noshavan's words, quote, defend yourselves against Trump's personal pedo racist army. Fight back against ICE. He paints ICE as, quote, extremists, Trump's racist army, and tells Americans it's their right to forcefully eject ICE from local communities. No, it is not. They really, really need to quit misinforming their people, quit lying to their people, because their people are going to get killed. They're going to wind up dead. But then that's what the Democrats want. That's what the leftists and the globalists, that's what they want. Communists, they all want that. So their goal is the destruction of the United States. So that they think that they're going to just step in and take over and create the, quote, communist utopia. And let me tell you, it's never succeeded anywhere at any time, under any leader. It has never been a success. So, I mean, they're chasing a pipe dream. There's Marilyn. She's back. She came in earlier, and then I asked her to go over to YouTube and make sure everything is working over there. And now she's back. Oh, but yeah, I mean, this is actually, the multi-streaming is new to me because I've actually never been able to get it to work until now. I had to think outside the box to do it. The rhetoric crosses a dangerous line, effectively calling for armed confrontations with federal officers. Seasoned ICE agents now face an online agitator inciting mobs to, quote, hold them accountable at gunpoint. Federal authorities warn that such demonization of ICE has already led to a 400% surge in assaults on immigration officers in recent years, and it's gotten worse in recent months. Shervin's bombastic call to arms marks an escalation in anti-ICE extremism, one that observers fear could spark real-world violence. Shervin's militant rhetoric is nothing new. It fits a pattern of extremist conduct. The self-styled, quote, accountability activist has a history of targeting conservatives with alarming ferocity. He once posted a video of himself gleefully dancing on a mock-up of President Trump's grave, celebrating the idea of the former president's death. And there's that, and I'm not going to play it. After the Supreme Court's conservative majority overturned Roe v. Wade, Shervin publicly doxed 6 Supreme Court justices, posting their home addresses and urging his 3 million followers to harass them at their residences. That's illegal activity. Why is this guy still free? He is actually breaking the law by doing that. Why is he not, in jail? That campaign had real world fallout. An armed man was arrested for an assassination plot on Justice Brett Kavanaugh amid the furor. Nicholas John Rosk later pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 97 months in federal prison. It would have been a lot more had he actually gotten to the justice and tried anything, or possibly even actually attempted to kill him, whether successful or not,
This is the first time the Supreme Court has ever granted a constitutional right, which it did so when Roe was decided in 1973, and then took it away.
Hello, Supreme Court justices. I usually
actually, that is not true. They when they ruled in Roe v. Wade the first time originally, They did not grant rights. They made something legal, okay, universally legal. When the Supreme Court rules that it's legal, it's universally legal. So they made something legal, okay? They didn't grant you a right. Nobody was granted a right. There was not an addition to the Constitution that created a new right. They made something legal. Now, in their recent decision, they did not make it illegal. They handed the decision to the states where it belongs. They actually gave the people more rights, more power. Because now the people could make their representatives, their representatives in their state government, either legalize it, ban it, somewhere in between, whatever they wanted, they can get their representatives there in their state to do it, to make it however they want it. So they got granted more rights. No rights were taken away. No rights were given. It's just, they made something legal and then they made a new decision that took it out of the hands of the federal government and put it back into the hands of the states where it belongs. So,
only post names and jobs and general area. And I never really post any more details than that. But since the Supreme Court went back on their word,
which they did.
I'm going back on mine.
This is my happy song. I like to sing it all day long. I'll teach you the words, then you can sing along. Happy, happy, happy. Happy, 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 happy.
This is
happy, 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 happy.
Each one of them.
Happy, 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 happy.
Showing their schedules, etc. Noshirvan's message to his political enemies is blunt. He wants to destroy their lives by any means. Excuse me, y'all. Do two things. Okay. He routinely exposes private citizens he deems, quote, racist or extremist, blasting their names and employers online and sicking his followers on them. He calls this vigilantism, quote, accountability. But critics call it pure cancel culture. Often, he explicitly urges that the target will be, quote, fired or even arrested for their views. The results are devastating. Scores of people have lost jobs or faced threats after Noshirvan's viral videos sparked coordinated harassment campaigns. In one case, a Texas high school coach named Aaron De La Torre took his own life just days after Noshirvan's relentless TikTok shaming videos went viral. Noshirvan's toxic crusades have real blood on their hands. Even as he casts himself as a warrior against, quote, hate, his own tactics, grave dancing, doxing, mob intimidation, mirror those of the very extremists he claims to oppose. This mega influencer's, quote, jihad against conservatives isn't social justice. It's a personal vendetta with collateral damage fueled by foreign payments. dark money, lies, and digital terror, the networks behind Nushirvan. While Nushirvan preaches chaos in the streets, evidence shows powerful interests pulling the strings. Reports link him to a secretive Democrat dark money scheme called the Chorus Program, which offered select influencers up to $8,000 a month to push partisan content in strict secrecy. Nushirvan even indicated he applied to join this 1630 fund-backed operation, suggesting his, quote, grassroots outrage may have been bankrolled from the shadows. He's also tied to prominent Democrat operatives. Scott Dworkin, founder of the Democratic Coalition, has hailed Nushirvan as one of the hardest working investigators out there right now, a telling endorsement of Nushirvan's role in the left's online war. And there is the endorsement. According to reports, Dworkin and even foreign interests bankroll Nushirvan's activities. Nushirvan's entanglement with radical networks doesn't end there. In federal court, this Antifa-aligned agitator was caught in a web of lies and illegal conduct. During a hearing last May, Nushirvan admitted under oath that he never obtained the legally required 2257 age verification or consent forms for the explicit OnlyFans pornography he filmed with his wife and another female participant. This shocking admission means he could not verify that all performers were adults, a federal offense under 18 U.S.C. subsection 2257 that carries up to 5 years in prison per violation. So why isn't he in prison? Nushirvan's lawsuit backfired spectacularly as these truths came out. A Florida federal judge slapped him with $62,320 in sanctions for, quote, outrageous bad faith misconduct during the case. In a profanity-laced deposition meltdown, Nushirvan tried to intimidate the opposition by basically accusing a black attorney of being a, quote, racist, and even spewing fabricated claims about, quote, revenge porn, tactics the court found were purely meant to harass. Even after the gavel fell, Nushirvan took to social media with, quote, inflammatory but false posts intended to incite his followers to threaten his legal opponents. His behavior resembles lawfare by harassment, abusing courts and online mobs to bludgeon enemies. Perhaps most insidious is Nushirvan's use of technology to amplify his attacks. Investigators uncovered an army of AI-driven bot profiles linked to his campaigns. Court insiders warned that Nushirvan operates an, quote, AI-run cancel culture mob, automated troll accounts unleashed to terrorize targets at scale. Under oath, Nushirvan even conceded use of social media sock puppets and fake personas like, quote, at Joey's Cramps 2020 and, quote, Erica Sabonis, used to smear and stalk victims. In short, this, quote, mega influencer relies on a whole machinery of deceit, dark money paymasters, extremist allies, and digital hit squads to execute his agendas. Now, with his militant call for armed militias against ICE and a growing record of lies and intimidation, Dinesh Nashirvan has made himself the face of a dangerous new breed of activists. Question for authorities: will this online terrorist finally be held accountable? That is my question. Will he be held accountable? Just in this article alone, there was arrestable offense after arrestable offense, prison time after prison time, just in this article alone. And then if anything comes from, this call to action, for activists to form militias and go threaten ICE agents and other federal agents and the military and etc. If anything comes of that, if they shoot an ICE agent, he's on the hook legally. So, I mean, is he going to be held accountable? When is he going to be held accountable? This is what I want to know from authorities. I think this is kind of pertinent. I think that he needs to get a visit from the FBI and be taken somewhere where he doesn't have the ability to communicate with his followers and his extremists and etc. Permanently. And this man calling for violence against the federal government is a traitor, and he should be treated as such, in my opinion. What's your opinion? Y'all tell me in the chat. What is your opinion on what this guy is doing, and do you think that he will be held accountable? I'm kind of thinking not. If he hasn't been held accountable yet, I mean, the man makes millions of dollars through his videos going viral and whatnot, and then he's being paid from the various dark money sources. So a $60,000 fine, that don't hurt him none. He probably walks into court and talks about, yeah, what's it going to cost me to make this go away? Talking to the judge, hey, name me a number. What's it going to cost? I mean, but anyway, let's move on. I wanted to react with you to a video from another creator on YouTube. It's the liberal hive mind. You may or may not be familiar. He calls it a channel solely dedicated to exposing the abundant hypocrisy on the left. Yes, I think there should be corporal punishment in this case. And that's what you generally give to traitors. That is, it's on the books. I mean, the punishment for treason is either, you have two choices, either the firing squad or natural life imprisonment. And natural life imprisonment is going to cost a lot more, so just put them in front of the firing squad. But as I was saying, I want to react to this video. It's a short video, but it is a video from the liberal hive mind, as I was saying, he calls his channel a channel solely dedicated to exposing the abundant hypocrisy on the left. He doesn't show his face. He has a little avatar, a little hooded dude. But I wanted to react with you all to his video. This was posted, I believe, today. Okay, it's sharing to both sites. All right. So y'all feel free to jump in the chat and comment. Tell me what you think. I'm gonna probably be stopping it here and there to react. So here we go.
Hey guys, welcome to
Really?
the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And of course, here's your meme of the day, brought to you by FiveMind.com. Well, the information keeps flowing. We're gathering all the receipts on X here. You know, it's really no wonder the left-wing leadership of the United Kingdom is so hell-bent on banning X. It's no wonder the Democrats threw such a hissy fit when Elon Musk bought the platform. Yeah, they don't want free flow of information, because if people are allowed to research and then freely post about said research, well, time and time again, we get all the receipts, we expose the actual truth, and all the fragile Democrat narratives come crumbling down. And that's exactly what's happening here relating to the ICE shooting in Minneapolis. And now, well, we've got more receipts. It appears as though online sleuths have tracked down many of Renee Good's social media accounts. And the findings here basically prove everything we've been saying. It disproves the character profile that the left has been attempting to make, as if this woman has no culpability, as if she was simply a regular person, just a mom who was senselessly murdered by ICE. Not the case. She was a left-wing Antifa radical. And now we've got the proof. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on. We got some stuff to get into. So let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so let's first start off with this. It appears people found Renee Good's Instagram account. And as you can see here, we have her follower list. And she's only following a few accounts. But you'll notice one of those accounts happens to be Antifa, or at least one particular Antifa account. Yeah, so much for she was just an innocent bystander, a person who had nothing to do with the anti-ICE obstruction. Here's an open association with a domestic terrorist organization. She was obviously another propagandized leftist who got dragged into this culture of left-wing domestic terrorism. But that's not the only social media link that people have unearthed. I've also got this from Andy No. It appears he found her Venmo account. And as you see on the account, the image features a BLM logo, and also made public is a payment in 2020 where she paid someone allegedly for, quote, terrorism. I mean, come on, this is real simple stuff. This person was a professional agitator, somebody who was deeply indoctrinated into this far left culture of terrorism. And no, this is not a scapegoat. This is a serious problem. These people have become a serious problem. And the idea that I would now defend them or feed into this narrative as if she's the victim, give me a freaking break. She's not the victim. She's the problem. She's part of the problem. She's possibly a symptom of the problem. And this is a problem that can no longer continue to be ignored, because it's getting worse and worse every single day. These are not political activists. They're agitators. They're saboteurs. They're violent rioters. In some cases, they're extreme terrorists. And it's getting worse, and it's likely to snowball even further out of control here, as Democrats are now defending this woman, but not just defending her, doing it in the most extreme way possible. Again, pushing extreme rhetoric that is going to further radicalize people. Take a look at what Ilhan Omar just said.
And when people are disappeared in the darkness, American democracy dies.
Congresswoman,
and it is really important for every single person in this country.
They are not disappeared. They are arrested. There's a difference. If I get pulled over on the side of the road because I just robbed a bank, they're going to arrest me. I'm not being disappeared. Disappeared means that no one knows where he went. Well, everybody would know where I went if I was arrested. I went to the jail to appear in front of a judge and, etc. That is arrest. We know where these people that ICE is arresting are going. They're going to the ICE detention facilities to be processed for deportation. And if they arrest an American citizen, they are not kidnapping them. They're not disappearing them. They are arresting them because they interfered with a federal operation. Okay, which is a crime. They're going to jail. Okay. Now, in these Democrat blue cities, you know, they may just get a slap on the wrist and, you know, be sent on their way. But they're still going to jail. Everybody knows where they're going. They know what's happening. They are being arrested. They're not being disappeared. They're not being kidnapped. They're not being swept away or snatched up or any of those things.
To understand that they are not only disappearing people who have committed crimes, who are in this country undocumented. They are disappearing U.S. citizens. They are disappearing people who have proper documentation, sometimes telling them that their documentations are wrong, keeping them for days upon days. We've also seen people be deported who have proper documentation, yet to be returned to this country.
That's right.
This should not be allowed in a country that roots in itself in freedom and liberty. There is no freedom when you are being detained and your government is being turned against you. This should be appalling to everyone.
I mean, come on. All these people do is lie. They whip up emotions. They spread dangerous, divisive propaganda, and they're causing people to go down these downward spirals of far-left extremism. This notion that ICE is a Gestapo force that's disappearing people, even disappearing U.S. citizens, the way they're spreading this rhetoric that paints these federal officers as monsters, it's completely out of control. And it's the reason why Renee Good was there in the first place. It's the reason why she was engaging in this organized stalking and obstruction of ICE. It's the reason why her and her wife were so antagonistic to these ICE officers on the scene, and it's also probably the reason why she put pedal to the metal and put their lives at risk. This is getting so out of hand. And again, I keep calling on Democrats to do the right thing and try to bring the temperature down, but no, they continue to push the same extreme rhetoric.
Patriot, I hope so. You said that she's days away from being deported, you know. So the egghead is trying to create chaos to cover her crimes. Well, I think that's true. I think that these riots and all that are actually a distraction from what's going on with the fraud and everything, and with Tim Walz and Jacob Fry, you know, and the AG, what's his name, Ellison. I think they're all running for cover. And these riots are a distraction because, see, everybody's looking at the riots now, looking at all the so-called protests, looking at the attempts to set up autonomous zones and whatnot, rather than looking at the fraud investigations and the charges and et cetera that are going to be brought against Ilhan Omar, Tim Walz, A.G. Ellison, and Jacob Fry. So they're all directly involved. You can't have fraud on this massive scale without politicians and other officers of the government being involved and knowing about it and getting kickbacks. You know what I'm saying? Because not too many of them are going to ignore it without getting their palms greased. You know what I'm saying? So let's continue. Come on.
And now look at what's happening on social media as they're pretending this woman was murdered in cold blood. Well, again, it's a catalyst towards extremism. Left-wingers all over social media, once again, are issuing death threats and calling for extreme violence against ICE officers.
Listen, ICE, if you show up in my neighborhood in the same way that you are unaliving American citizens who pose no threat and abducting people without due process, I will do the same to you.
Dear ICE,
Here's a message from your friendly neighborhood leftist. Not all of us are going to stop at snowballs in the future, so maybe think twice before you just start randomly shooting into vehicles.
And some of us aren't just going to randomly fire into things. Some of us actually know how to aim.
It is time to fight. It is Civil War time.
We have to show up with guns. We have to. There's no other way around it. I don't care if I don't have a Minnesota carry permit. I'm unarmed right now, but this is the last time I show up to face these guys without a weapon. The time for peace is over. The time for any means necessary is right now.
These people have been so deeply propagandized, and especially on the ice.
Hey, you hear these people, and Patriot, to your comment there, Trump made a speech about taking citizenship away from Somalians, and the ones that are involved in the fraud. Yes, he is looking into taking their citizenships away and deporting them or prosecuting them, and then deporting them. Easiest would be just to take the citizenships away and deport them directly. Because if they were prosecuted, then they would have to serve a sentence, etc. Maybe be sent to CCOT to serve out their sentence. Once you enter, from what I understand, once you enter CCOT, you never leave. So, but anyway, yes, that is an option that they are trying to make happen.
Issue. I actually have a video that kind of puts it into clear perspective how so many of these leftists have had their minds warped. They've been propagandized to the extent that they believe they're fighting some sort of fascist Gestapo force. They're fighting the next Holocaust, and the victims are the illegal migrants.
Then they're going to break the door down.
That's fine, but I don't want to open the door if they don't have a warrant. Because this was my DoorDash lady. I don't even know the lady. She just ran to my house.
All right.
I have a baby here. Like, I really don't know what to do. I'll open the door if the police, say that I have to open the door, but I don't know what to do. This lady just was shot yesterday. Now I ordered and there's people outside my house. I literally ordered DoorDash and now there's ICE agents around my
legally. If a illegal alien fled from ICE and ran into someone's house, legally they have the right to go into that house. They're trying to be nice and have the lady open the door rather than kick it in, but they actually have the legal right to kick that door in because they know that there is a crime being committed inside that house. There's an illegal alien taking refuge inside that house, and those who are refusing to open the door are aiding and abetting a fugitive from justice. So they know that a crime is occurring inside that house. They have the legal right to kick that door in and arrest everybody in the house. And the baby would have to go to CPS or to some member of their family. So I mean, they're trying to be nice, by asking and etc. So, but anyway, let's get back to the video here.
My house because the lady ran in my house and I don't know what to do because I don't know. They have no warrant. They have no warrant. They said that they were going to get one.
Can I just get a warrant? I just want a warrant, man. I got my child in here.
This is her ID.
She is
a U.S. citizen.
They said they ran her place.
This was like DoorDash. The fact that you guys are tormenting. I'm Native American. I will open this door when I have the
ID doesn't mean U.S. citizen. ID just means you have an ID. Now, and these states, they're not supposed to, but they're handing out driver's licenses like they're candy, like they're a prize in a Cracker Jack box, to the illegal aliens. And in a lot of cases, even without them taking a driver's test, they simply go and fill out the paperwork with help, of course. And they take their picture and give them a driver's license, give them an ID. ID doesn't mean that they're a citizen. So
decency to open this door. You guys will not shoot anybody. You did yesterday.
And you had your hand on your gun this whole time you've been here,
You had
dude.
your hand on your gun the entire time.
She's harboring an illegal immigrant. She's committing a crime. And you notice she immediately jumps to the person who was shot yesterday. You guys shot someone yesterday. These people are living in a fantasy world. They think they're defending these poor innocent victims, but illegal migrants are not innocent. They're objectively guilty of a crime. And yes, it is a serious crime. I don't care if you're just a lowly, Uber Eats or DoorDash driver, or whether you're the Trendy Aragua gangster. At the end of the day, both are crimes and both are bad for the country. And ICE is here simply enforcing existing immigration laws. And you people need to get the hell out of the way. You're not fighting some righteous fight. You're not defending the innocent. All you're doing is helping further enable and protect the subversive Democrat agenda. You're doing the Democrats' dirty work. You're essentially a useful idiot. And now this culture is being taken to such an extreme that it's becoming radical and violent. It's not just the clips that I showed you guys earlier. You could easily write that off as a couple anecdotes. There's not being a significant representation of an entire group. And you know what? I totally agree. Let's not just play anecdotes or cherry pick little videos. No, let's look at the data, because here's where it gets really scary. We got some polling data here that shows that 24% of all Americans say that it is okay to use violence/criminal action against ICE. 70% say it's bad. Well, 24% of the American population is a pretty significant chunk now, isn't it? But then once you start isolating for particular groups, like bread and butter groups of the Democrat Party, liberal white women, specifically young liberal white women, well, that's where it gets seriously scary. Over 61% of self-ID'd liberal women between the ages of 18 and 44 say that it is okay to use violence against ICE officers. This is a mentally warped group of people who have been normalized to think that attacking law enforcement is somehow justified. This right here is what the Democrats are doing to the country. It is a serious problem, and clearly, Renee Good was one of those ideological victims. ICE did not kill her. Donald Trump did not kill her. Left-wing political culture and rhetoric did. And instead of acknowledging that and doing the right thing, Democrats continue to make it worse and worse. And that really shows you how truly deranged these people are. Anyways, that's what I got for you guys. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
All right. So, I mean, these people are insane. They're literally threatening violence and etc. You're right, Patriot. They are putting themselves in harm's way and then crying about it. Literally. And I mean, and they don't know the law, and they think they act like they do. They think they do. They don't know the law. Those agents outside that lady's home had literally every legal right to kick that door in, arrest every single one of them, send the child to CPS, and be done with it. They were being nice, asking them to open the door. And yes, they had their hands on the gun because they didn't know what that illegal alien that ran into that home was about to try to do. Okay. And first off, it was illegal for that person to run inside, someone's home that she doesn't even know. That was illegal in the first place. So, I mean, having an ID does not automatically mean that you are a U.S. citizen, especially with these sanctuary cities handing them out like Cracker Jack prizes. Some of y'all younger people may not be familiar with the Cracker Jack prizes, but I remember. Exactly. It's the same thing because see, ICE is law enforcement. Nothing changes really, except that ICE outranks your local law enforcement, local, federal, and state, because they're federal agents. They're not your local PD. They're not your local sheriff. They're not your state troopers. But the same rules apply. If a fugitive from justice, an illegal alien, because they are fugitives from justice, they've committed crimes. If a fugitive from justice runs into a house, those cops or those ICE agents, those whatever Federal Bureau of Investigation, freaking DEA, ATF, any of them, have the right to kick that door in and go get that person. And if the residents of the home are defending that person, then they can go to jail too, because they're aiding and abetting, a fugitive. Yes, Patriot Maryland hit it, nail on the head, with a big old hammer. So, I mean, these politicians that are literally calling, for the riots and the violence, these activists on social media that are calling for the riots and the violence, they all need to be locked up. They all need to be stripped of their citizenship if they have U.S. citizenship. They all need to either be, buried under a prison or sent somewhere else. She don't just don't let her lie to you. She don't just watch taser videos. She watches, the car chases. She watches criminals running from cops. She watches, traffic stops. She watches true crime, all of that. She is like an expert on serial killers. And yes, if anybody runs up in my house, they're going right back out faster than they came in. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I thoroughly agree with you, Patriot. But yeah, Maryland, she is all up in that law enforcement and crime and all that, true crime, the traffic stops, people running from the law, the car chases, the foot chases, all of them. She's all into that. So yeah, she knows as well as I do that if a fugitive runs into someone's home, those cops are legally allowed to follow into that home. They're legally allowed, if they have to kick in that door and come into that home. It doesn't matter if they got an ID. It doesn't matter. None of that matters. But these people, they think they know the law and they think they know what's real, true. Yeah, that's all the time. I will ask her all the time what she's watching, and she tells me, some dumb bitch getting arrested or something similar to that. And it doesn't matter what time of day, So anyway, let's move on. I still have not received a link to go on to Carl's podcast, but that's okay. That is okay. I will continue my show, and if I don't get one, then we'll just do the show. It'll be a normal show. So yeah. But anyway, let's move on to our next thing. Renee Good's Minnesota Ice Watch group promoted a manual teaching assault on law enforcement, calls de-arrests a quote micro intifada. Right, it's called a crime in progress, Patriot. Yes. But they're calling de-arrests, meaning rescuing somebody from getting arrested. If they can achieve that, if they can snatch somebody away from ICE and get them out of the area, they call that a micro intifada. The Minnesota Ice Watch group that Renee Good was part of has been exposed for sharing a, quote, de-arrest primer, a manual that teaches its members and supporters how to physically interfere with law enforcement during arrests. The guide, posted on their Instagram account in June, states that every de-arrest is a, quote, micro intifada, and provides step-by-step advice on confronting and assaulting officers. Minnesota Ice Watch, described as a, quote, loose collective of agitators, focuses on documenting and resisting federal immigration enforcement, including ICE agents. The group operates under the banner of an autonomous collective documenting and resisting against ICE, police, and all colonial militarized regimes, as stated on their Instagram profile. Good, a 37-year-old member of the group, was fatally shot by an ICE agent on January 7th while attempting to mow him down with her vehicle. According to a report from the New York Post, neighbors say Good attended regular meetings and received, quote, thorough training from Ice Watch. The Post reports the manual, which says on the front cover it was published in the spring of 2024, outlines 4 tactics for interfering with arresting officers, such as the best kind of grip to use while yanking someone in custody out of their hands, or even suggestions on, quote, pushing and pulling an officer off of an arrestee. Quote, technically speaking, for pushing off form, you should have a low center of gravity and a wide base, and push up explosive power with your head up at all times if possible. The instruction guide reads, quote, for breaking a grip, try striking the grip. The manual advises, while warning that making physical contact with a law enforcement officer, quote, can get construed as assault in court. No, it's not construed. It actually is. If you strike any part of an officer, then you are guilty of assault on a law enforcement officer. And in this case, in ICE's case, assault on a federal agent. However, it rationalizes the risk associated with, quote, striking an arresting officer as, quote, always contextual, claiming, quote, an arrest or even a general pacified attitude can lead to greater harm than not taking the risk and acting decisively when you see the repression take place. Tactic 3 encourages readers to open unlocked doors of law enforcement vehicles containing suspects and let them out, a move it acknowledges, quote, could be considered a crime. It's not considered a crime, it is a crime. The fourth and final tactic involves, quote, pressuring cops to simply release individuals they've taken into custody. Quote, totally surrounding the officers or otherwise blocking them and or their vehicle and chanting, let them go, until the law enforcement officers cave to the mounting pressure. The manual claims that, quote, being arrested can have drastic negative life. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me, y'all. I apologize for that. Drastic negative life-altering effects, especially for targeted populations like people who aren't white, Muslims, LGBTQ people, and certain radicals. Quote, it follows then that reversing an arrest can be well worth the risks involved. Quote, each de-arrest is a shaking off, which is to say each one is a micro-intifada, which can spread and inspire others until we may finally shake off this noxious ruling order altogether, the manual concludes. And this is a drawing, a drawing with instruction that is a part of the manual here. And we are seeing someone struggling and fighting with ICE agents or law enforcement agents. Each de-arrest is a shaking off, which is to say each one is a micro-intifada, which can spread and inspire others until we may finally shake off this noxious ruling order altogether. According to DHS, Good attempted to, quote, weaponize her vehicle by trying to ram into agents, prompting one officer to fire 3, quote, defensive shots in fear for his life and the safety of others. U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem went even further and labeled Good's action as an act of domestic terrorism and defended the agent's response as justified. The shooting sparked massive protests in Minneapolis and beyond. So there you go. And now we learn a little bit of something about Ice Watch, the group that Renee Good was a member of, and there are number of witnesses after the incident when she got shot that described her as the leader of the action that they were taking, the leader of the so-called protest. Her car was the, quote, lead vehicle in the group that were boxing the ICE agents in. So, this isn't just some innocent mother who just dropped her child off and happened into the middle of a ICE protest or whatever and was just trying to get away. Oh, Lord, I was just trying to get away. Now I'm dead. No. This was a radical extremist who was the leader of Watch and other groups, who was dedicated to harassing and interfering in the normal course of a federal agent's duty. She knew the risks, and you see her here. She made eye contact with that officer that she tried to run over. She had eye contact with him. She lined the car up directly at him while making eye contact with him. There is a photo on X that that shows a moment literally right before he pulled that trigger. Somebody was good enough to catch it still frame and cut it from the video and post it up. It was literally half a second before he had eye contact with him on that gas when her so-called wife wife was yelling, "Drive, baby, drive." And if you paid attention to the video, she didn't put her foot on that gas until her so-called wife did shout, "Drive, baby, drive." So, maybe you might, want to go back and, have a look, go on X and go back and have a look at the video and listen when she says, "Drive, baby, drive." See where the car is and what the car does at that moment. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Greg Gutfeld. I don't know. He is one of the only of just like 2 or 3 people on Fox that I actually pay attention to, because I think he's funny, and I think he's got him and his guests on his show have pretty good opinions on things. I tend to agree with them quite often. But Greg Gutfeld offers a reality check to left-wing protesters. Quote, "You are living a lie." So today on the 5, Greg Gutfeld offered some tough love to the leftists currently protesting ICE. Greg suggested that these people are living a lie and used the specific example of Renee Good, who was shot by an ICE agent last week. He pointed out that if she was a member of your family and you told her your plans that day, you might tell her not to do it. Or that, okay, somebody didn't write this properly. I think it meant to say, if she was a member of your family and she told you her plans today, you might tell her not to do it. And that's right. Most people with a logical mind would say, don't do that. That's dangerous. Or that she needed an intervention. And that's a possibility too. Okay. He also said the activist group that trained her should be sued for wrongful death. I think that is where the family needs to go. They need to sue that activist group for radicalizing, brainwashing, etc., and training her in way the wrong things and actually causing her death. Quote, "You are living a lie. What are your plans today?" She goes, "I plan on filming myself harassing and impeding armed law enforcement." Quote, "So how would you respond to your sister?" You'd say, "Do you think that's wise? What about the kids? Where are the kids?" "Oh, I dropped them off at a daycare." Quote, "So what time are you doing this? At 11? Aren't you working?" "Oh, no, not at the moment." "So you drop your kids off at daycare, you're not working, and you're going to stalk law enforcement. Don't you think this is time you should spend with your family, or maybe do a job search or take some classes? Don't you think this is unhealthy behavior? Now, if you deny to a family member or to at best to a best friend that this is how you would react, you are lying to yourself to protect your public virtue on this matter. Quote, this is how you get, in my opinion, the fake empathy liberal to return to reality. If your sister is telling you that instead of caring for her children or her mental health, that she prefers to stalk law enforcement, would you say, you go, girl? Of course not. Would you say you need an intervention? Yeah, probably. And here is, in his own words,
the argument over the shooting is irrelevant if you deny the premise for them being there. This is part of the strategic ignorance where the other side doesn't understand things. Why is ICE here? Why is breaking the law wrong? Why do
come on.
we need this kind of enforcement? What is wrong with an open border? Then you're forced to explain everything, which takes forever, even though you know that they know. Because the same rules that govern civil order also operates under their lives. So, you know, you don't sneak into Disneyland, you pay. You don't cut in line at the movies, you wait in line. You don't interfere with the police. You know it's wrong. So until you don't admit that your private and public behavior align, you are living a lie. I want every liberal, because we have millions of liberals watching this show, to engage in a thought scenario, okay? You ask your sister this question. So what are your plans today, Deborah? And she goes, well, I plan on filming myself harassing and impeding armed law enforcement. Well, so how would you respond to your sister? You'd say, honey, do you think that's wise? What about the kids? Where are the kids? Oh, I drop them off at daycare. So what time are you doing this? At 11. Aren't you working? Oh, no, not at the moment. So you drop your kids off at daycare, you're not working, and you're going to stalk law enforcement. Don't you think this is time you should spend with your family, or maybe do a job search or take some classes? Don't you think this is unhealthy behavior? Now, if you deny to a family member or to a best friend that this is how you would react, you are lying to yourself to protect your public virtue on this matter. This is how you get, in my opinion, the fake empathy liberal to return to reality. If your sister is telling you that instead of caring for her children or her mental health, that she prefers to stalk law enforcement, would you say, you go, girl? Of course not. You would say, you need an intervention. I need to stop you because I care about you. And that is the problem, Jessica. Nobody cares about good. You don't care about her. The left never cared about. The activist group that trained her didn't care about it, who should be sued for wrongful death, who put her in this situation. She had no friends. She had no relatives to offer her advice when she was doing this stuff, when she was putting her life in jeopardy. Think about this pathetic movement and all the videos you've seen of these women. Where are their friends? Where are their parents? Where are the kids that would say, Mommy, what are you doing? Why aren't you home? The left always says that politics is personal, but then they separate their political behavior from their personal reality. If you would tell your sister that this behavior is nuts, then you would not publicly express an entirely different opinion on this matter. No one wants their sister or their daughter or friend engaging in this any more than you would want your child to engage in the Tide Pod Challenge or Subway Surf. So you need to ask this question before every action you think you're going to endorse. If your private persona and your public behavior is different, you are a lying hypocrite and you're hurting others and you're not helpful to these lonely, sad people that we're leading on in this world.
You're here.
Yes.
Right. I agree with every word of that. And that's what I say. That's why I like Greg Gutfeld. These people seem to think that they are some sort of freedom fighters and that ICE is an invading force. They completely ignore the fact that ICE existed long before Trump became president and carried out the exact same duties under Obama. So there's nothing changed except the volume. The volume of illegals that are in this country because of Joe Biden's administration. You know, I can't really say that's directly because of Biden, because, well, he was a vegetable. You know, so, I mean, it was his administration. All the other, you know, non-cognitively impaired people who are taking advantage and who are running this country behind his back, so to speak, right in front of his face, because he didn't know up from down. Hell, most of the time he didn't know his own name. So, I mean, but because of his administration, you know, they were telling the public, oh, yeah, the border is secure. It's securely open. It is securely open. We are letting as many of them come in as want to. And we're going to give them everything on a silver platter. They don't have to work for nothing, and you have to pay for it. So, I mean, really, the only difference is the volume, the amount of agents out in the streets collecting these people, and the amount of people that there are to collect. You know, that is the only difference. You know, they have been doing the exact same job, the exact same way, except they haven't been having to fight civilians. They haven't been having to fight people in order to get the illegals out of the country. So anyway, let's move on. Let's keep this thing going here. Okay, and talking about the Somali fraud in Minnesota, you know, we have Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says there are, quote, disturbing tapes of Minnesota AG Keith Ellison taking money to stop investigations into Somali fraud. That's the Attorney General taking money to stop the investigations into the very things that he is supposed to be stopping. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has gone public with explosive allegations against radical leftist Attorney General Keith Ellison. Elmer Fraud. I like that. I'm going to have to remember that. Elmer Fraud, a.k.a. Tampon Timmy. Last Friday, the U.S. Treasury Secretary confirmed that federal authorities are aggressively, quote, following the money amid explosive fraud investigations tied to Minnesota's sprawling Somali-linked financial networks. According to Bessent, the Treasury Department has launched multiple enforcement actions focused on suspicious financial flaws between Minnesota residents and businesses and overseas destinations, including East Africa, as the federal government intensifies its immigration and fraud crackdown in the state. But the real bombshell dropped during an interview with Blaze. We're all familiar with Blaze Media. Thing here. I'm going to go straight to the video here.
Mix cinnamon with you to know this because many say it could help you lose.
There's always two.
Stop scrolling. This is huge.com. Non-stop.
Part of following the money, there are evidently some disturbing tapes of A.G. Ellison in meetings with people who donated to him, them calling for political favors to stop the investigations. So we'll see. But again, I don't want to get out ahead of the investigations. It's going to be very methodical. And Chris, I can guarantee you, when the bear trap snaps, we're going to get these folks. And again, we're going to follow the money, whether it's over the two counties here, in Minneapolis, St. Paul's.
What I want to know, okay, is when that bear trap snaps and they get these guys, what are they going to do with them? See, that's what I want to know. Nobody talks about that. You know, none of the investigators and various people pushing and guiding the investigations and etc. Nobody talks about, okay, we're going to get these guys. We're going to get these guys. We're going to get, you know, Elmer Fraud, as Loaded calls him, Tampon Timmy. We're going to get Keith Ellison. We're going to get Jacob Fry. We're going to get Ilhan Omar. We're going to get all these people. But what are you going to do once you have them? Once you got them dead to rights, you have all the evidence. What are you going to do? Because I have yet to see any prominent Democrats actually face accountability. I have yet to see them actually have to pay for what they have done. I want to see some actual accountability. And I know you all in my viewership, I know all of my followers want the same thing, you know, and you know, and that's why I bring you these things like this to show you, they're doing the investigations. They are actually investigating, and they're actually finding good stuff, you know, incriminating stuff. But what are you going to do with that? You know, once you have these people dead to rights, your investigations are concluded, and you have mountains of evidence against them, what are you going to do with it? I mean, we saw what happened with Hillary Clinton. You know, they literally announced that they had plenty of freaking evidence against her of criminal wrongdoing. But in the same breath, though, they announced that they weren't going to prosecute her. You know, so why did you even do the investigation in the first place? Why did you waste all those billions of taxpayer dollars to do the investigation if you're not going to prosecute? When you have the evidence proving guilt, why even collect the evidence? Why even do the investigation if you're not going to prosecute? I want to see some prosecution. I want to see some people in handcuffs. I want to see some people, you know, going to prison. I want to see some people having their citizenships stripped from them and have them deported and banned from ever coming back. That is my question, is what are they going to do when they got them in that bear trap? It's all good and great. You're putting out the traps, and you got some really good bait, and you're gonna get these people. You're gonna ensnare them in the trap. You're going to have all the evidence against them. That's all good and great. What are you going to do when you get them? That's what I want to hear from these people. I see so many creators here on Rumble, on YouTube, on other platforms, oh, we got them now. We got them now. They're going to prison, and then they don't go to prison. We got them now. We're winning. We haven't won until actual justice has been done. Actual accountability has been had. Until these people take responsibility for their crimes. I mean, and I know. Slick Willie, that's right. That's right. Slick Willie Teflon, that's right. That depends on what your definition of is. Oh yeah. I mean, I have yet, I see all the time, where, in the past, you see Republicans being held accountable. We see Republicans being prosecuted, being arrested and perp walked, put in cuffs and mugshots, and going to trial, and some even ending up in prison. You don't see that amongst the Democrats for some reason. Why are the Republicans so scared to actually hold these people accountable? Now, I know we have some rhinos that may as well just go ahead and change their designation from Republican to Democrat because they are Democrats. That's right. We, the people, have had enough. You can hear that in my voice, can't you? I hope so, because we've had enough. We want accountability. We want justice. We want this the same or better justice to be dealt out towards the Democrats and everybody equally. That they deal out towards us, even though most of the time when it's towards us, it's made up, especially with President Trump. That's right. Things do take time. I understand that. Believe me, I understand it more than a lot of people. I do understand that things take time. I do understand that things take time. And I'm willing to give them, a certain amount of time, with each different thing. But I do want to see the results. I want to see some results. I don't want to see them collect up all these mountains of evidence proving guilt in treasonous crimes and many other high crimes and misdemeanors, against these people, and then nothing ever comes of it. I'm so tired of that. You might say I'm fatigued. That's the new word these days. I'm fatigued. And I thoroughly agree, Loaded. There needs to be term limits, on just about everything. Truthfully, honestly, there needs to be term limits, and term limits will go a long ways towards eliminating the deep state. Because see, here's the litmus test on who and what is the deep state. If a person in government, anywhere in government, can look at you and honestly look in your eyes and say, presidents may come and presidents may go, but I will remain. They're the deep state. They are the deep state. If they know, if you hear someone who says, I have served faithfully under 6 presidents or 4 presidents or whatever the number is, they are the deep state. Right? Right? I agree. I can't say any different, Loaded. Okay. I can't say any different. Let's finish this video real quick.
Or whether it's to East Africa. And there's tons of luxury properties, cars that have been bought over there. And
well, there you go. It's done. Yeah, there shouldn't be like these major amenities, congressmen and senators, they should, they should be getting paid comparatively to, middle class workers, in America. And they should have the same insurance. It should come out of their paycheck. They should have to, when they need to travel for their job, they should have to take coach on a regular airline. They shouldn't get any private jets or any of that. All these so-called amenities that come along with these, high-powered government jobs, the majority of those should go away. They should not be enjoying all of that. They should only be paid for when they work. In fact, I think that they should be paid hourly. They should get an hourly wage. A competitive wage, but an hourly wage nonetheless. Because you realize that how much time they take off from working? Yeah. I mean, it's crazy, I think that they should be paid hourly. They should, they should, their insurance and everything should be the same insurance that every working person in the world has to have. It should come out of their check just like everybody else. They should have to pay taxes and Social Security and all that good stuff, Medicare, Medicaid, all that. If they don't work, they don't get paid. They should have to clock in and out. Guaranteed a lot more stuff would be getting done. You can even offer them bonuses for certain things. I guarantee you a whole lot more would be getting done, especially if they knew, that they had a term limit, that they could, you can serve maybe 2 terms and then you're done. And you can't, when you get done with your term, you can't go and work for the very companies that you were legislating about, that you are making rules over, and we don't want anybody coming into Congress that is coming from one of those companies. is being regulated by Congress. But I'm going off on a rant. I apologize. I bounce off of y'all's energy, and that's how Big Tony Speak goes. I react to y'all's energy, and we discuss, and that's the fun of it. That's what makes the show great, in my opinion. I hope y'all agree. And hopefully soon I'll have some followers over on YouTube that can be joining in the chat too, because we are simulcasting right now. I figured out an outside of the box way of doing that, since I wasn't able to do it the normal way. So, well, thank you, Patriot. I'm glad you enjoy my rants. But let's read this article here. As we previously reported here at the Gateway Pundit, that is where this article is, on the Gateway Pundit. I tend to use there, because usually their articles are a little bit better than others. Sometimes though they screw up and the writing sucks. But a bombshell 54-minute secret recording from December 11th, 2021, captured Ellison in a closed-door meeting inside his own state office, schmoozing with Somali American business leaders who would later be nailed for stealing a whopping $250 million. $250 million, you all, in federal COVID child feeding funds. Money that was intended for children. Yeah, pay them like teachers. Right? That's money meant for starving kids, siphoned off by crooks to buy luxury homes, foreign real estate, bling, and lavish lifestyles. And Ellison was right there, sympathizing, encouraging, and promising to, quote, fight on their behalf against those state agencies trying to enforce the law. I want to get a hold of those tapes. Hopefully they will be released soon. And if I can at all do it, I will get a hold of those tapes, and I'll bring them right to you all. And I'll simulcast it, stream it on both YouTube and Rumble, and any other streaming platforms that I can muster. My next objective is to get on X live streaming. It's going to take some doing, but I'll do it. Yeah, I give them awards for perfect attendance. Absolutely. I thoroughly agree. Loaded. But yeah, if these tapes actually come out, these quote disturbing tapes of Minnesota AG Keith Ellison taking money to stop investigations into Somali frauds, if these tapes come out to the public, and I hope they do, I really hope and pray they do, I will most definitely bring them on here. I'll make a whole show of just that. And depending on how long the tapes are, I might make 2 shows of it. So, but yeah, let's move on. And here we go. All right. Trump administration revokes temporary protective status for thousands of Somalis in America following massive fraud scandals. Thousands of freeloading Somalis in America just got handed their walking papers by President Trump following massive fraud scandals across America. As Fox News reported, the Trump administration on Tuesday revoked temporary protection status, TPS, for Somalia. This will affect several thousand Somalis currently living in America. It also includes several hundred living in Minnesota under TPS. Okay, now many, I do need to mention that many of the Somalis living in Minnesota and elsewhere, are actually legal in the United States. Okay, because they've been here long enough to do so. Okay, some of them are just here on green cards, which that can be revoked. But many of them, are legal to be here in the United States. Oh, you're good. You're good. You are good. It's all good. We discuss whatever comes up in the chat. Whether I'm going to be talking about it or not. So you're all good, Patriot. But I need to make it clear that not a large contingent of the Somalis in America have been here long enough that they have actually either become naturalized citizens, or they are here under a legal status that allows them to be here. But TPS, if they are here under TPS that was granted to them under the Biden administration, and there are a lot, don't get me wrong, there are a lot across the country in various different cities that are here under TPS. They brought a bunch of them, just like the Haitians that they brought in, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If they are here under TPS, that's gone. President Trump has removed the TPS for Somalians. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem explained the reasoning behind the decision in a statement to Fox News. Quote, temporary means temporary, Noem said. Quote, country conditions in Somalia have improved to the point that it no longer meets the law's requirement for temporary protected status. Further, allowing Somali nationals to remain temporarily in the United States is contrary to our national interests. We are putting Americans first. Fox News notes that Somalis with TPS will be required to depart the U.S. by March 17th, or else they will be departed. They have a deadline, March 17th, since their TPS is no longer in force. According to the outlet, 2,471 Somalian nationals live in America under TPS, with 1,383 having pending TPS applications. So they're not even TPS yet, and now TPS is gone. Oh. Moreover, 600 Somali nationals who are protected by TPS live in Minnesota. Somalis were first granted TPS in 1991 under the presidency of George H.W. Bush. The Biden regime extended its protection in September of 2024. Today's news follows several fraud scandals that have broken out across the country involving Somali migrants. The Gateway Pundit previously reported on independent journalist Nick Shirley's explosive exclusive on Somali fraud. We've all seen and heard that. I have presented it to to you all, along with much more information, etc., which exposed millions of dollars in fraud involving Somali daycare centers in Minnesota. And same daycare center fraud is going on all across the country in blue cities. Shirley shared clips of his investigation on X, including footage of the door being slammed in his face when he asked a Minnesota child care center that claims to care for 102 children, which appeared empty. In addition, Ohio attorney Mihek Cook came forward and revealed that her home state has its own Somali fraud problem. In Ohio, down there in James's neck of the woods at Empty Pockets. Shout out to James. She told Breitbart News that not only do the Somalis run fake home health services, but they also bill people up to $250,000 per year. Providers, however, rubber stamp the paperwork despite the obvious red flags because the Somalis assure them that it will all be worthwhile. In other words, kickbacks. Cook went on to say that this fraud is occurring in other states, such as Pennsylvania, and we have seen it pop up all over the country. And it seems to follow the Somalis a whole lot, which means their presence in our country is against our best interest. That's my opinion. Their very presence. I mean, just look at Ilhan Omar. She's Somali. Look at her. She's as crooked as the day is long. So, I mean, and I'm not even saying allegedly because it's quite obvious. An idiot could see it. A blind person, Stevie Wonder, could see it. Freaking Ray Charles could see it. So, I mean, really? All right. Not just Minnesota. Far left Illinois Attorney General sues DHS, ICE, and CBP for enforcing federal law and doing their jobs. The radical left is doubling down on their open borders agenda, shielding illegal aliens and criminals while spitting in the face of hardworking federal agents who risk their lives to protect America. After last week's deadly ICE self-defense shooting in Minneapolis, Minnesota's top Democrat officials took the extraordinary step of suing the federal government for enforcing immigration law. Now, Illinois has followed suit. Illinois Attorney General Kwame Raoul, well, that's an American name, if I ever heard one, announced Monday that this office has filed a lawsuit against the Department of Homeland Security, along with Immigration and Customs Enforcement and Customs and Border Protection, accusing federal agents of, quote, dangerous and, quote, unlawful enforcement actions in Illinois. In a theatrical press conference, Raoul ranted, and I'm going to skip the transcript here and just go straight to the video.
The real reason you're stiff after sitting.
You can live a very
I'm
long
scared
time
of blue
without
noodles.
getting old.
Big retailers don't want you to have this zoom lens, but there's nothing they can do to stop it.
Tear gas, chemical weapons, rubber bullets, masked men carrying semi-automatic rifles and instruments of war as they intimidate, harass, assault. These hallmarks of a war zone seen on movie screens have no place in an American city, much less at a daycare center, courthouses, in our neighborhoods, or outside our children's schools. When I took my oath to serve as the Illinois Attorney General, I swore to uphold and defend the United States and Illinois constitutions. I could never have envisioned standing here today defending the rule of law and our state's sovereignty against attacks by the United States government. But I will not hesitate or shy away from protecting our state, even from our own federal government. Because since September, the state of Illinois has faced an incursion of uniformed, military-trained personnel carrying semi-automatic firearms and military-grade weaponry. These Border Patrol agents and ICE officers have acted as occupiers rather than officers of the law, as they have rampaged through the Chicago area, arbitrarily interrogating and arresting residents and attacking them with chemical weapons. The repeated invasions of private property, wrongful arrests, illegal interrogations, and violent confrontations have not made our city or state safer.
Really? It sure is funny how crime seems to go down after ICE shows up and gets rid of all the illegals that they can. I mean, you know, that's a really funny outcome for it not being any safer. You know, so I mean, I don't think he's being completely honest. What do y'all think? I think he's, you know, kind of misleading people. You know, what do y'all think? You know, I mean, it just seems to me like, you know, it smacks of lies and mischaracterizations, you know. But then that is the Communist Party, I mean, Democrat Party of America. You know, they are the Communist Party of America. They just need to go ahead and change the name. They are communists, the whole lot of them. They may not admit it, but they are. This is the same guy who turns a blind eye to Chicago's skyrocketing murder rates, where gangbangers shoot up neighborhoods daily. But suddenly he's outraged when federal heroes step in to deport criminals. Raul claims he swore to uphold the U.S. and Illinois constitutions, but apparently that oath doesn't include respecting federal supremacy on immigration when it suits his radical agenda. Well, they're ignoring federal supremacy, you know, pretty much all the way around because they're a sanctuary city. See, that ignores federal law that says it is illegal for them to do that. You know, sanctuary cities legally should not exist at all according to federal law. You know, and I will keep harping on that because, you know, it's fact. According to federal law, those sanctuary cities should not even exist. I don't understand why the leaders of those cities and states that have declared sanctuary are not being held accountable simply for that. Because they're violating federal law, plain and simple. You know, but rather than, you know, arrest and prosecute them for violating federal law by millions of counts, you know, we're talking about enough counts to ensure that they never see the light of day again in prison. You know, enough counts to actually, in my opinion, be considered treason against the United States. You see, I'm here in Georgia. Most of you know that, and in Georgia, if I'm convicted of the same crime, you know, 3 or 4 times, then I'm considered a habitual violator, and I fall under the 3 strikes you're out law, and I do 20 years. And most states have a similar law, you know, regarding habitual violators. You know, and if you've got, you know, 20 million counts of harboring a fugitive, aiding, abetting a legal alien, aiding and abetting a fugitive, etc., 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 well, that's a habitual violator by any metric. You know, so, you know, I mean, over and over again, they're habitual violators. So it's enough time to ensure that they don't see the light of day again. You know, but they're not being held accountable. You know, they can do whatever they want, and they're still doing things like this, saying things like this, you know, being in public eye, walking the streets freely. Now, Bill O'Reilly says what's happening in Minnesota is not protesting. It's rebellion against the government. Plain and simple. Bill O'Reilly recently appeared on News Nation and said that what we are seeing in Minnesota and other places like Portland, Oregon, is not protesting, but rather is open rebellion against the United States government. It's an excellent point, because there is a distinct difference between those two things, and the so-called protests have gone way beyond what is considered acceptable. To make matters worse, this is all being egged on by elected officials like the mayor and the governor. It's why Republicans in Minnesota are reportedly preparing to impeach Tim Walz. I was made to understand that sometime today, those articles of impeachment were going to be made public. They had not, as of me preparing to do this live broadcast. So I'll look after the show is over, and I will see if they were made public. Hopefully, if they weren't, they will be made public soon. So that's my promise to you on both platforms. I'm going to skip the transcript as usual. We need to hear it directly from his mouth.
The problem with the Democrats is that the resistance is so over the top. It's so blatantly ideological. to the left that most Americans, even though they feel very sorry for Renee Good, they reject these people. So I wrote a column on BillO'Reilly.com called Rebellion. This is not a protest in Minnesota or Oregon or California. This is a rebellion.
Right, fighting with ICE is different than protesting.
You can protest ICE all day long, okay? But if you're not going to obey federal law, as clearly Minnesota and Oregon are not, they're not going to obey the law. That is a rebellion, just as we saw in the South before the Civil War and during the Vietnam War. So those are the only two times that the American people, at least some of them, were in open rebellion against the federal government.
And he's right. He is absolutely right. You know, I mean, I cannot find misinformation or disinformation or flat out lies in that statement that he just made. You know, there is none. He is absolutely correct. Bill is correct about this, and it's hard to see how this ends without some form of intervention. And I agree, there needs to be some form of intervention. I mean, serious intervention. Certain leaders like Walz and Mayor Fry deserve to be removed from office and or prosecuted for not stopping it and for making it worse. And that's what they are doing. They are actually making it worse. And they most definitely should be prosecuted, both of them, and Ilhan Omar and A.G. Ellison and anyone else involved. You know, that's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. What's y'all's opinion? Y'all let me know. Jump in there and chat with me. Tell me what you think. You know, Big Tony Speaks is dedicated to an open conversation with you all, the viewer. I want to know your opinions. Dog. I don't see a dog. I'll have to take your word for it, Marilyn, because I don't see a dog. You're talking about the dog right here, where my cursor is circling, and the text is flickering. Talking about that dog, you can barely see any of it, but it kind of does. Is that the dog you're talking about, Marilyn? Let me know. Okay, I'm going to go on. I'm going to move on. Maybe she'll let me know here in a minute. I know there's a delay from when I say it and do it to when you all see it. So, anyway, several prosecutors resign from the DOJ Civil Rights Division in protest after the unit refuses to probe ICE agent who killed Renee Good in self-defense. Well, good. Get rid of all the leftists, all the soy-infused freaking whiny babies. At least 4 prosecutors have resigned from the DOJ's Civil Rights Division in protest after the unit refused to investigate the ICE agent who killed protester Renee Nicole Good in self-defense. New cell phone footage from the ICE agent involved in the fatal shooting of Renee Nicole Good was released last Friday. Alpha News and Fox News obtained cell phone footage from the ICE agent who discharged his weapon and fatally shot Good as she tried to run him over. The point of view footage shows Good's wife talking trash to ICE agent as he approaches her wife's SUV. Quote, "You want to come at us?" Good's wife said, taunting the ICE agent. "I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy." Another agent shouts, "Get out the effing car," an ICE agent said as he tried to open Good's door. She accelerates her vehicle as her wife shouted, "Drive, baby, drive." On the ad. Okay, so I was right. Is that dog? Okay. I don't even pay attention to these ads anymore. So you have to tell me. The ICE agent discharged his weapon and fatally shot Good as she tried to run him over. And just to jog your memory, I'm going to play the video.
Mix cinnamon with oats. Gym trainers don't want you to know this because many say it could help you lose up to.
There's one simple sugar hack that anyone can use to reset their blood sugar on demand. Did you know that you can pee out?
I'm not mad at you. Show your face. I'm not mad at you. That's okay. We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking veteran. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car.
Whoa!
A bullet hole in Good's windshield proves the ICE agent was in front of her vehicle when he shot her. And you can see here in the aftermath, this is after the car had crashed into some vehicles and a telephone pole. And you see there in that image, bullet hole right there. He fired the one shot from the front exactly when he got hit, and then immediately pointed his gun into this window and fired 2 more times. His goal was to stop the threat. At that point, the car was still moving, and as far as he knew, she was still in control of the vehicle, having just been shot. So he had to stop the threat. The Justice Department has the ICE agents back, and now deep state prosecutors are resigning in protest, and that's a good thing. Get rid of the fat. MS Now, formerly MSNBC, reported at least 4 leaders of a Justice Department unit that investigates police killings. And that's not the only thing that they investigate, okay, but they do, have resigned in protest over the administration's handling of the fatal shooting of a motorist in Minneapolis by an Immigration and Customs Enforcement officer, according to 3 people briefed on the departures. Top leaders of the criminal section of the Civil Rights Division have left their jobs to register their frustration with the department after the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights, Harmeet Dillon, decided not to investigate the ICE officer's fatal shooting of Renee Good last week. The criminal section of the division would normally investigate any fatal shooting by a law enforcement officer and specializes in probing potential or alleged abuse or improper use of force by law enforcement. The departures, including that of the chief of the section, as well as the principal duty chief, deputy chief, and acting deputy chief, represent the most significant mass resignation at the Justice Department since February. At that time, 5 leaders and supervisors of the department's Public Integrity Section, which investigates public officials for possible corruption, resigned rather than comply with an appointee of President Donald Trump's orders to dismiss the bribery case against the then New York Mayor Eric Adams. She is lucky that she didn't get injured by the vehicle or hit by one of the bullets. She's quite lucky. You know, she got off really lucky. And now she's a millionaire. Put up a GoFundMe, you know, boo-hoo, my wife is dead because she caused her own death. You know, and now at my last check, she had $1.5 million in that account. Well, actually, I do recall that the account, the GoFundMe account, has been closed. But at the last check, she had $1.5 million in that GoFundMe account. So there's that. But I say to these individuals resigning from the DOJ Civil Rights Division, I say good riddance. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. You know. So let's see, what do we have next? Oh yeah. Bombshell. Michigan County Clerk identifies 239 non-citizens in the jury pool over only a 4-month period. Michigan voter rolls show 4 of them voted. 4 of them voted. 1 non-citizen voted several times. Voted multiple times. Y'all. This afternoon, Macomb County, Michigan Clerk Anthony Forlini held a press conference to announce a shocking discovery on Michigan's voter rolls made through an examination of jury pool records for the 16th Judicial Court in Macomb County from September 5th, 2025 to January 8th, 2026, right up to just a few days ago. Forlini explained that he and a group of supervisors, quote, became alarmed by the number of non-citizens asking to be dismissed from jury duty during a meeting convened to address low juror turnout. Quote, approximately 40% of those who are sent notices for jury duty actually are qualified and show up, Forlini explained. In trying to come up with a solution, we came upon the problem of an unreasonable number of non-citizens who present their green card as an excuse to be dismissed, Forlini said. The question is, why would the Secretary of State's office use a list that includes non-citizens who are essentially being asked to break the law and appear on a jury pool in the first place? Non-citizens, including lawful permanent residents, green card holders, temporary visa holders, or undocumented individuals, are explicitly disqualified from participating as members of a jury. Potential jurors must be a U.S. citizen and must be at least 18 years old. They are randomly selected from sources like voter registration lists, or driver's license records, begging the question, if non-citizens are being asked to appear on a jury, what's to stop them from receiving voter registration requests from the state or third parties? Apparently nothing. During his press conference, Macomb County Clerk Anthony Forlini, who is also running to become the Republican candidate for Secretary of State in Michigan, revealed that an astounding 239 non-citizens had asked to be removed from the jury pool during the 4-month period in Macomb County. Forlini told the Gateway Pundit that once he discovered that 239 non-citizens were being asked to serve on jury duties, he wondered how many of them were also registered to vote. Quote, the thought occurred to me how it is possible that non-citizens were even put in the jury pool to begin with. The list comes to us from the Secretary of State's office. Mr. Forlini asked his team to cross-check the 239 non-citizens who refused to perform jury duty with the voter rolls. And what he found is that according to Michigan's qualified voter rolls, 14 of them were registered to vote at some point, with 10 of them still remaining on the voter rolls. Of the 10 non-citizens found on Michigan's voter rolls from a very small sample, 4 appear to have voted, and one of them has voted multiple times. Forlini said the voter who cast multiple ballots could face felony charges. We asked Anthony Forlini for the names of the voters, but he would not provide them to us. Well, that I understand that. That's, fine. What is going on, James? There is James from Empty Pockets Podcast here on Rumble, Empty Pockets Garage on YouTube. I am actually currently streaming to both Rumble and YouTube, James. So, yeah. Forlini assured the public that all of the cases would be referred to the proper authorities. Quote, non-citizens are coming through at an alarming rate. Our jury service summons are based on random draws from the driver's license bank, Forlini said, adding, quote, frequently non-citizens slip through because citizenship was not flagged in the Secretary of State database. The Macomb County Clerk explains, quote, currently someone who applies for a driver's license automatically is registered to vote unless they choose to decline. They have to opt out. If someone is presented with a voter registration form, there is a checkbox for citizenship. If the checkbox is checked yes, for, quote, I am a United States citizen, the form is processed even if the applicant is not a U.S. citizen or doesn't understand the question. Unlike some states, Michigan does not currently use a federal citizenship database or systematic federal verification to confirm the status at the time of registration. Quote, we must find a way for the driver's license database to confirm citizenship. Many times there may be a language barrier and applicants do not understand what they are signing. if this is not addressed, we risk compromising our jury trials and our elections, said Clerk Forlini. Quote, one possibility is to take advantage of new breakthroughs in linking several databases, where one database is able to flag another database for actual citizenship verification. And this is his document with his statement and etc. All of the stuff that I am reading to you now. Of Haitian Wednesday. Right. Yeah, that's BS, James. I mean, for real. You know, something really needs to be done about that. That's not cool. You know, the $185. See you next Tuesday or next Wednesday, and we're probably not gonna get them all gone anytime soon, but there's progress being made. They are going, and we're making progress on getting more and more of them out, and that's a good thing. It is better for our country that we rid ourselves of these people. It is better for our country that they go home, or they ain't got to go home. They just can't stay here. They got to go somewhere. That's right. February 3rd is coming. That is when the Haitians TPS is done for. You heard that the Somalis TPS was taken away, and they've got till March 17th to get the heck out, or else they become fodder for ICE. I bet James is going to throw a big old party that day on February 3rd. I don't know if he can get permits for a parade, but I'm sure he could do a big old party. See, he said we actually are. Absolutely. I would. When a Chinese student at the University of Michigan turned himself in for voting early in Michigan's 2024 election, Michigan's dishonest Democrat Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson, who is currently running for governor, assured everyone that it was a rare case of a non-citizen casting a ballot in Michigan's elections, and bragged about how they caught him, even though he had already voted and he actually reported himself. They didn't catch him. He caught himself and reported his own self. Forlini's discovery should alarm anyone who cares about legitimate, safe, and secure elections in Michigan or elsewhere in the United States, where similar illegal activity may be occurring. The Republican Secretary of State candidate's discovery should also concern anyone who may face a jury who is not truly a jury of their peers if they're not even a U.S. citizen. As a side note, according to the most recent U.S. census, if 100% of eligible voting age citizens were registered to vote in Michigan, the state would have 7.9 million registered voters. Somehow, Michigan miraculously has 8.4 million registered voters, according to state data. Could the non-citizens be helping to boost the state's registered voter numbers, you think? Do you think? I think so. I think it absolutely. Over 1 million illegal aliens are boosting those registered voter numbers. I most certainly do. What do you all think? And yes, ICE is a coming. Right, they get a 60-day leeway to self-deport. After that, ICE is a coming. You're right, absolutely. Like I said, the Somalis TPS, is gone, and they have until March 17th. So anyway, let's move on. Bill and Hillary Clinton, we spoke about them earlier in the show, refused to testify in front of House Oversight Committee, daring Chairman Comer to hold them in contempt of Congress. Some brazen individuals, ain't they? The Clintons have called what they feel is Comer's bluff. After months of dispute against House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer, Bill and Hillary Clinton have today refused to testify in the House's Jeffrey Epstein investigation. Hillary, yeah, they most definitely should be in prison. And I do agree, James, they should get that 4 months in jail for contempt. I think they should get longer because they've refused multiple times. So they have multiple counts. This escalates the battle with Comer, Republican of Kentucky, and the former U.S. President and Secretary of State are effectively daring him to hold him in contempt of Congress. New York Times reported on X, breaking news, Bill and Hillary Clinton refused to testify in the House's Jeffrey Epstein investigation, setting up a possible legal battle. The New York Times reported, quote, every person has to decide when they have seen or had enough and are ready to fight for this country, its principles, and its people, no matter the consequences, the Clintons wrote in a lengthy letter to Mr. Comer, which was obtained by the New York Times. For us, now is that time. Well, I don't think they're fighting for the country, its principles, or its people. They're fighting for their own backsides. They are fighting for their own selves. Right. Bannon and Navarro went to jail for it. Why can't Bill and Hillary Clinton? As far as I'm concerned, I don't care how rich they are not above the law, and they need to face some consequences. The same goes for all of the nation's elites. I think they could do with some time in prison. Unsurprisingly, the New York Times report says Comer wants to force the Clintons to testify to deflect from Donald J. Trump and, quote, shift the spotlight onto prominent Democrats who associated with Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, which is the obvious case of Bill and Hillary. Comer repeatedly threatened to hold them in contempt of Congress if they failed to appear for live depositions behind closed doors. See, as I just said that a few minutes ago. I guess I should have just kept reading. I literally just said that. Okay. For Bill Clinton, the 13th, that's today, actually today. for Bill Clinton to appear, and Wednesday for Hillary on separate days. One today for Bill Clinton, and one tomorrow for Hillary. And as far as I know, they haven't even been anywhere near Congress. So, quote, but hours before the deadline, the Clintons made clear that they had no intention of presenting themselves on Capitol Hill to be questioned by Mr. Comer and members of his committee. They did so by submitting an 8-page legal letter laying out why they considered the subpoenas, quote, invalid and legally unenforceable, then followed up with a scorching missive that they signed jointly, promising to fight Mr. Comer on the issue for as long as it took. In the letter, the Clintons noted that they had proactively provided Mr. Comer with sworn statements similar to the ones he had accepted from 7 or 8 other former law enforcement officials he had also subpoenaed and then excused from testifying before the committee. The Clintons have repeatedly said they have no knowledge relevant to the investigation. Wait, there's a big giant ass painting of Bill Clinton in the blue Monica Lewinsky dress that even shows the stain on the dress. Maybe, possibly that stain didn't come from Bill. Think about it. The portrait is of him in the dress. Maybe that's not a fictional portrait, but an actual portrait. But anyway. Oh, just conjecture. But possible. Today, they went publicly to war against Comer and the whole Trump administration. Quote, we are confident that any reasonable person in or out of Congress will see, based on everything we release, that what you are doing is trying to punish those who you see as your enemies and to protect those you think are your friends, they wrote. No, that's what they're doing, the Democrats. So they're not gonna testify, and nothing is going to happen. If it does, it will shock me, and I will come on here and admit I was wrong. But I mean, Hillary alone has a stack of bodies behind her. Nobody's doing anything about that. Hillary alone has a mountain of criminal activity that, FBI admitted that they had plenty of enough evidence to try her, but they refused to. So, there's more than one tier in justice, from what I see. If they actually hold these people accountable, I will come on here and I will, apologize and say that I was wrong. I don't see it. As Marilyn said in the chat, we've been waiting decades for vindication for the Clintons. So, yeah, and we have been waiting for decades for these people to be held to account. 52-year-old apartment manager caught stealing ballots of former tenants and voting for them. You ever had that experience where you went to the voting place and you go up and you sign in and give your ID and all that, and they tell you you've already voted? Well, wait, no, I haven't. I think I would know if I came up here and voted. Oh, no, you voted by mail-in ballot. No, I didn't. I think I would know. Well, 52-year-old apartment manager caught stealing ballots of former tenants and voting for them. Another day, another way that our extremely vulnerable mail-in elections are being stolen is discovered. We've said it before, but it bears repeating. If anyone believes there are only one or two ways elections are being stolen, they aren't paying attention to reports by the Gateway Pundit and others, such as myself, which continues to reveal the multitude of ways criminal minds have worked to steal local, state, and federal elections. On January 8th, 2026, it was reported that President Trump would sign an executive order before the midterm election to ban mail-in absentee ballots, with rare exceptions, and voting machines. In a statement he posted first on Truth Social, President Trump said he would be leading a movement to get rid of mail-in ballots. President Trump wrote, quote, "We are now the only country in the world that uses mail-in voting. All others gave it up because of the massive voter fraud encountered. We will begin this effort, which will be strongly opposed by the Democrats because they cheat at levels never seen before, by signing an executive order to help bring honesty to the 2026 midterm elections." Okay, James. Yeah, I had to look at something for a moment. Sorry about that. Back to the article. In his statement, President Trump preemptively addressed the objections Democrats will shriek over the removal of their preferred, very insecure, mail-in voting method by reminding everyone that states are merely, quote, agents of the federal government in counting and tabulating the votes. And here is his statement. Donald J. Trump at the real Donald Trump. I am going to, well, actually, I will just read it. I'm not going to highlight it because it is, not letting me. I'm going to lead a movement to get rid of mail-in ballots and also, while we're at it, highly inaccurate, very expensive, and seriously controversial voting machines, which cost 10 times more than accurate and sophisticated watermark paper, which is faster and leaves no doubt at the end of the evening as to who won and who lost the election. We are now the only country in the world that uses mail-in voting. All others gave it up because of the massive voter fraud encountered. We will begin this effort, which will be strongly opposed by the Democrats because they cheat at levels never seen before by signing an executive order to help bring honesty to the 2026 midterm elections. Remember, the states are merely an agent for the federal government in counting and tabulating the votes. They must do what the federal government, as represented by the President of the United States, tells them for the good of our country to do. With their horrible radical left policies like open borders, men playing in women's sports, transgender and woke for everyone, and so much more, Democrats are virtually unelectable without using this completely disproven mail-in scam. Elections can never be honest with mail-in ballots and voting. And everybody, in particular the Democrats, knows this. I and the Republican Party will fight like hell to bring honesty and integrity back to our elections. The mail-in ballot hoax using voting machines that are complete and total disaster must end now. Remember, without fair and honest elections, a strong and powerful borders, you don't have even a semblance of a country. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America. Only days after making his announcement to ban mail-in voting across the United States, Esperanza Contreras, a 52-year-old apartment manager, was arrested and booked into the local county jail after being charged with 12 charges, including first-degree identity theft, forgery, and second-degree theft related to mail-in ballots. The apartment manager admitted to local sheriffs that she filled out ballots for at least 4 residents who had moved away and sent them back to the Franklin County Auditor's Office in the November 2024 election. Like millions of voters across America, former residents were still receiving election mail at their previous residence, making them potential targets for criminal prosecution for crimes committed by someone else. Local KEPR reports Franklin County Auditor Matt Beaton said at least 2 of these ballots were counted, while a third was rejected due to a mismatched signature. I apologize for all the coughing. My throat's starting to get kind of sore. Excuse me. We have been going over 3 hours here. But I want to get to everything, and I want to have conversations with you all. That's the whole point of my show. Beaton said they were initially contacted by the Secretary of State, who informed them that one of the tenants voted in both Washington and Oregon. As a result, the information was passed to the FCSO for investigation. Despite taking all the proper steps to re-register in the new state where she moved after living at the apartment, a vote was nevertheless cast for her by the apartment manager from her previous address. Across the United States, we continue to use a broken mail-in voting system, despite numerous examples of how easy it is for individuals or groups to affect election outcomes. Whoa.
filling out and submitting ballots from her former tenants.
In Franklin County, an apartment manager with access to ballots from former tenants allegedly abusing the system. This confirmed by Detective Andrew Gardner in his investigation.
I was able to identify several other ballots that look to be look to have characteristics on the signature line that were not consistent with the signatures on file.
Investigators say 4 ballots were illegally submitted, with 3 being counted in the 2024 general election. The outlier was rejected because of a mismatched signature.
This case is still open, and we are still collecting information from community members that may have been affected by this.
According to the sheriff's office, the woman admitted to voting all 4 ballots and forging the signatures. She was booked into Franklin County Jail for 12 felony charges related to...
Well, there you go. Mail-in voting is a huge problem across the United States. In March 2025, the Gateway Pundit reported from the Michigan House election integrity hearing, where activist Ramon Jackson revealed how he discovered Detroit's elections are being stolen. Jackson, who first discovered the massive scam when he himself became a victim, explained that voters who move within the city of Detroit or out of state are being voted for by someone at their previous address.
If you go to the next document, I have a affidavit from John F. Kennedy in here, where he was fraudulently registered after he moved away out of Detroit, never been registered, never voted. And they voted for him in 3 elections since he's been gone. Right now, he still lives out of Detroit at the same address he moved out of Detroit in 2018, and they registered him back to his Detroit address. He's still at his address that he moved out of Detroit to. He don't know nothing about voting in 2020 and in 2022. So he voted absentee in the 2020 election without his knowledge. They come back and use him again in the August 2022 primary, come back again, use him again in the November 22 primary.
Right. The Gateway Pundit reported in February 2024 about how the Democratic Michigan Attorney General concealed a major story about a U.S. postal worker whistleblower who attempted to expose thousands of ballots sitting in Detroit's USPS distribution center that were not being delivered. The whistleblower first raised his concern with Democratic U.S. Representative Alyssa Slotkin, who was serving as a U.S. representative at the time. Instead of taking action, Slotkin's office sent the whistleblower's complaint to Democrat Representative Rashida Tlaib, another one that needs to be deported. Excuse me. Representative Tlaib then sent the complaint to the Michigan Secretary of State's office. Michigan's Director of Elections, Jonathan Brader, who reports directly to Michigan's Democratic Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson, reached out to Michigan AG Nessel and informed her that if she'd like, she has the authority to investigate the potential crime scene herself. Nessel, not the Michigan State Police or FBI, took him up on the offer and went to the warehouse. Nessel admitted in an email FOIA'd by the incredible independent investigator Yehuda Miller that the warehouse was, quote, a mess, but that was the end of the story. In a separate email exchange, Nessel's next in command told their communications director to ignore the report about the incident at the USPS distribution center from the public because they had 10,000 things to deal with only one day before the state's most controversial election ever. We could share dozens of examples of how mail-in ballots have destroyed the integrity of our elections. Thank goodness we have a president who finally has the courage to ban practices that leave election results to those who have devised hundreds of ways to exploit the insecure practice. So, what do you all think about that? To me, it is utterly despicable. You know, the idea that you can just steal someone's mail-in ballot that should be, if you're going to have mail-in ballots, they should be like serialized. And when a ballot is printed and sent to a registered voter, that serial number should be recorded and matched with that registered voter. And then that can be cross-referenced with other databases, So, I mean, and voter registration, in my opinion, should be a national database anyway. A national database that records, who you are, your citizenship status, where you live, what state, what city, what county, everything, all the way, all of that should be recorded in a national database so that every state has access to who's registered to vote where. Right. Oh, I thoroughly 100% agree. If you're going to use, that method, there should have to be a copy of your ID or something to prove that it was filled out by you. Maybe even a requirement to submit your thumbprint or one of your fingerprints or something. It would have to be standardized. So I would say your thumbprint on the ballot. And in my opinion, it should be right over the top of your signature so that, they check your signature, it matches, and then they check your thumbprint and it matches, and that would be recorded. Your thumbprint would be recorded at the time of registration to vote. I mean, they say no two people have the same fingerprint, so but anyway, let us move on. We're almost done, y'all. Oh, you're good. You're good, Marilyn. You're good, Marilyn. And I fully understand that. You're in a lot of ways, those residents are a lot like children, and when a child has a nightmare, it can be something to be dealt with, and it needs to be dealt with. So I fully understand, and you are good. So anyway, let me. The U.S. Embassy and TravelGov warn of escalation, advise Americans to consider departing Iran by land to Armenia or Turkey. Leave and go to a safer country. Iran is not safe for U.S. citizens right now. They're in a period of unrest and Americans should not be there. The U.S. virtual embassy to Iran and the TravelGov resource are warning U.S. citizens about escalating protests across Iran that are resulting in arrests and injuries. Security measures will be increased, they warn, with, quote, road closures, public transportation disruptions, and internet blockages. The U.S. virtual embassy in Iran is warning, quote, the government of Iran has restricted access to mobile, landline, and national internet networks. Airlines continue to limit or cancel flights to and from Iran, with several suspending service until Friday, January 16th. U.S. citizens should expect continued internet outages, plan alternative means of communication, and if safe to do so, consider departing Iran by land to Armenia or Turkey. And there is their security alert post. Update for citizens abroad. U.S. citizens are advised to leave Iran now if they can, but to have a plan for departing Iran that does not rely on U.S. government help. Quote, if you cannot leave, find a secure location within your residence or another safe building. Have a supply of food, water, medications, and other essential items. Avoid demonstrations, keep a low profile, and stay aware of your surroundings. Quote, monitor local media for breaking news. Be prepared to adjust your plans. This is Survival 101, y'all. Keep your phone charged and maintain communication with family and friends to inform them of your status. The most important warning, quote, U.S. nationals are at significant risk of questioning, arrest, and detention in Iran. Showing a U.S. passport or demonstrating connections to the United States can be reason enough for Iranian authorities to detain someone. So, everything's escalating in Iran. It has now been announced that it is unsafe for Americans to stay there, and they need to get out of Dodge. They got to go on. You ain't got to go home, but you can't stay here. So, the world will be watching, and I will be watching as well, to see what happens in Iran. And, of course, I'll report on any updates and any developments. Right. Yeah. The major airlines, most especially, aren't going to be going in and out of Iran. Delta and any of the other major airlines that actually do go into that country won't be making any runs, and I sincerely doubt that any of the smaller ones are either. They're probably following the lead of the major airlines. Right. Now, somebody, if they're if they're connected, excuse me, if they're connected in Iran, they may have a friend or something that acquaintance or whatever business partner that may have a private jet, and maybe they could make their way to that person's house and get out of Dodge via private jet. But that's even dangerous as well, because if they are on alert and watching for airplanes, possible attacks, a private jet may just get their attention and get shot down, because they may think it's like a scout or something, So probably best to flee by land. Just be really careful doing it, and get to a safe country, Armenia or Turkey or whatever, and lay low until the dust settles, the smoke clears, whatever you want to say. But it's not safe for Americans currently right now. And why would you have to worry about the Iranian leadership or Iranian government arresting, detaining, or else or anything else? Because they're on the way out, and they're looking for any foothold to stay in. And if they get a hold of some U.S. citizens, they think that they can use them as bargaining chips. Hey, we got American prisoners. So, yeah, don't let yourself become a prisoner. All right. And Greenland and the Donroe Doctrine. Greenlanders want independence from Denmark. And this is a picture of U.S. troops in Greenland. The photo is courtesy of the U.S. Department of War. What the heck? It glitched. Trump is right about Greenland. The United States defended the island during World War II, and it was forcibly annexed by the Kingdom of Denmark in 1951 without UN approval and without the consent of the island's population. Today, Greenlanders would likely agree to a compact of free association with the United States, which would give them greater autonomy and independence from Denmark. President Trump has expressed interest in Greenland for national security reasons, as Russia and China are increasingly sending naval vessels through Arctic waters north of Alaska. Positioned between North America and Europe, Greenland controls emerging Arctic sea lanes that are becoming more accessible as ice retreats. The United States operates Pituffik Space Base, formerly Thule Air Base, on the island, which plays a critical role in missile warning and space surveillance. In 2019, Walter Burbrick of the Naval War College stated that whoever controls Greenland will control the Arctic, calling it the most important strategic location in the region and possibly the world. Greenland is also rich in natural gas, oil, and minerals used in advanced technology and military applications, resources that sit at the center of the U.S.-China trade war. The United States has classified 50 minerals as critical to national security and Greenland holds known reserves of 43 of them, including rare earth elements essential for modern weapon systems and advanced technologies. Trump has repeatedly emphasized that the United States must secure Greenland to prevent Russia or China from gaining influence there. China currently dominates global rare earth processing, making access to alternative sources strategically urgent. These materials are indispensable for defense systems, electronics, electric vehicles, and the ongoing retreat of Arctic ice is making large-scale extraction increasingly feasible. The House China Committee asked the Secretaries of Defense and State to evaluate Chinese dual-purpose research and surveillance activities at research stations in Iceland and Norway's Svalbard, demonstrating concerns about Chinese Arctic presence. Russia and China have both increased Arctic activity. Trump administration officials are expected to meet privately with Danish officials on Wednesday to discuss Greenland, following statements from Secretary of State Marco Rubio confirming President Trump's interest in acquiring the territory. The White House has said it is considering a range of options, including military force, though Rubio has attempted to downplay that possibility. Senator Tim Kaine said Democrats and Republicans would unite to block any U.S. military action against Greenland. I don't think the force would be against Greenland. It would be against Denmark. The Greenlanders seem to want a union with the United States. Stressing that Denmark is a NATO ally and should not be treated as an adversary. Trump has also raised doubts about NATO's reliability, questioning whether the alliance would defend the United States if needed, and suggesting that withdrawing could save money. European diplomats told CBS News that Trump's rhetoric has further strained relations with European allies, some of whom now question the durability of America's commitment to NATO. One diplomat described the Greenland issue as a potential breaking point, particularly after Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen warned that a U.S. military seizure of Greenland would effectively end NATO. Under Article 5 of the alliance, an armed attack on Denmark would obligate all members to respond. It seems extremely unlikely that President Trump would invade and capture Greenland. However, this entire line of reasoning by Europeans is preposterous. The United States represents about 80% of NATO's firepower. The reason NATO depends on the U.S. is that the alliance is incapable of defending itself from Russia. NATO is certainly in no position to launch a war against the United States to defend Greenland. It is almost as if, when doing firepower calculations, Europeans assume the U.S. would provide troops to NATO to help them fight the U.S. President. Trump would never do that. Such a foolish course of action would, in addition to costing countless European lives, distract resources from Ukraine and likely result in the U.S. withdrawing not only from NATO, but also from defending Ukraine, something Europe cannot do on its own. Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry, appointed by President Trump as special envoy to Greenland, criticized Denmark's post-war annexation of the island nation. The United States defended Greenland during World War II, while Denmark was under Nazi occupation and unable to do so. On April 9th, 1940, Germany invaded and occupied Denmark. 1 year later, on April 9th, 1941, Danish ambassador Henrik Kaufmann acted independently because Denmark was under Nazi control, signed an agreement with the United States authorizing the U.S. to defend Greenland. From 1941 to 1945, the United States established an extensive military presence on the island. This included facilities for air and sea traffic, radio beacons and stations, weather stations, ports and depots, artillery posts, and search and rescue stations. The U.S. Coast Guard also provided civilian resupply along both coasts. The strategic purpose of this presence was to prevent German use of Greenland, protect critical North Atlantic shipping routes, maintain weather stations essential for Atlantic operations, and preserve Greenland as an air transit route between North America and Europe. The legal basis for U.S. involvement rested on the Monroe Doctrine, which was invoked to prevent a European power, in this case Nazi Germany, from controlling territory in the Western Hemisphere. When Denmark was liberated from Nazi occupation in 1945, it immediately reasserted control over Greenland. The Greenland administration surrendered its wartime emergency self-governing powers and returned authority to Copenhagen. The 1941 Kaufman-U.S. agreement stated that it would remain in force, quote, until agreement has been reached that current threats to the peace and security of the American continent have ended. Denmark later argued that those threats ended with World War II in 1945, while the U.S. position implied that threats continued into the Cold War with the Soviet Union. As a result, the U.S. military remained in Greenland, and by 1948, Denmark abandoned efforts to force a complete U.S. withdrawal. In 1951, the United States and Denmark signed a defense agreement formalizing the continued U.S. military presence, which continues today. In 1953, Denmark removed Greenland from the United Nations list of non-self-governing territories by declaring it an integral part of the Kingdom of Denmark and granted Greenland representation in the Danish parliament. Criticism of Denmark's post-war actions centers on the lack of a referendum. Denmark integrated Greenland into the kingdom in 1953 without a vote by Greenlanders. Despite United Nations Resolution 850, which emphasizes that integration with a colonial power should be validated through an expression of the will of the people. After declaring Greenland fully integrated, Denmark removed it from the UN decolonization list. Denmark's ambassador to the United States countered that Greenland has been part of the Kingdom of Denmark for centuries and noted that all 5 parties in Greenland's parliament oppose becoming part of the United States. The Danish ambassador is incorrect, however, and repeats the same error Denmark made when it annexed Greenland after World War II. He never asked Greenlanders what they want. According to Greenland's prime minister and party leaders, they want to remain Greenlanders, not Americans or Danes. A poll released by Patriot Polling found that 57.3% of surveyed respondents in Greenland support joining the United States, while 37.4% oppose the idea and 5.3% remain undecided. The survey questioned 416 people and was conducted during a visit by Donald Trump Jr. The results of the poll are questionable because of the small sample size. However, other research has found that Greenlanders desire greater autonomy and independence from Denmark, but overwhelmingly reject becoming part of the United States. Some are open to a compact of free association with Washington for economic and defense benefits, a model similar to arrangements used by Pacific Island nations. Rasmus Leander Nielsen of the University of Greenland has said that Greenlanders have discussed since the 1980s the idea of creating a compact of free association with Denmark after independence, and that some have suggested a similar agreement with the United States instead. The winning Democrats Party in the March 2025 election stated that a free association model with another country could be suitable for a sovereign Greenland, citing Denmark and the United States as the only two realistic options. Pelle Broberg, leader of runner-up Nalarek Party, suggested that Greenland could gain free association status similar to Micronesia or Palau's association with the United States to deal with lack of military protection from Denmark after independence. The 2023 draft constitution made room for a potential new relationship between an independent Greenland and Denmark through free association, under which Greenland could request support in areas such as defense, health, monetary matters, and embassies. The arrangement could instead be with the United States, which would provide Greenland with even greater autonomy than Denmark would. Well, alrighty then. Now, I personally think that that yes, we do need to control that region. We don't necessarily need to control Greenland, and therefore a free association compact would be an ideal idea. We benefit from their minerals and their location for our strategic defense, and they benefit from, well, our defense, as well as, free trade between the United States and Greenland, and etc. So to me, for a country of people who want to be sovereign and not be a part of U.S. and not be a part of Denmark and not be a part of anybody, a free compact of association seems to me to be the ideal option. So, and let me do the same on the other form. There we go. All right. Now y'all can see me in stereo. Oh, but I see me in stereo. But anyway, that was my last story. So, I'm opening up the floor to chat. What say you? Do you have any, questions, comments, thoughts, opinions, etc., etc., etc.? You know the drill. I'm really talking to nothing but a camera on the YouTube side currently. So it'll be posted and people can see it later and leave me comments. And I do ask that that you do leave me comments and etc. And hit that thumbs up. And if you're not already following the channel, please do follow or subscribe, whichever it says on your screen, and hit that notification bell so you know when I come on. But yeah, do chat in and let me know what you think about any of these stories, whatever it may be. Marilyn, you said you think America needs to make a deal with Greenland. I agree, and Trump can get that deal made. If anybody can do it, Trump can do it. I mean, he wrote the book on the art of the deal, so he is the man to do it. Yeah, so we have been going on for 4 hours. So if there are no more comments or conversation, etc., then I'm gonna go ahead and call this an episode. It's a pretty long episode, and I'm just gonna go ahead and say thank you to all of the chatters that have chatted, and thank you to everybody who has watched this episode and still is yet to watch the episode via replay on both platforms. And God bless you all. God bless the United States. And this has been Big Tony Speaks. I've been Big Tony, your host, and I bid you all a good night. You all have a great evening, and I'll see you next time here on Big Tony Speaks. I'm out of here. Y'all have a great one. Later on, Patriot, if you're still listening. Good night, YouTube, as well.